y'all had a good evening last night at the Sazerac House. That was pretty fun. Everybody here get to go to the evening last night? Yeah, that was really cool. Who here is from like New Orleans and surrounding areas? Okay, so most of you guys. Okay, so not a lot of people from outside, but that was the first time I've ever been to Sazerac House, and it was pretty nice. It's a pretty good venue. All right, so let's talk a little bit about AI and transformation oncology. I do have a quick conflict of interest that I need to disclose here. I am a paid member of Tempus, so Tempus does give me a little bit of money for some of my advisory work. So to make sure that everybody knows, we'll be talking about them today. I was not coerced by them to have this conversation. I joined it because I believe in the work that they're doing, but it's important to disclose that. I'm also employed by Ochsner Health. DeepScribe is a contractor of Ochsner Health as well, so that's another important disclosure. This is a little bit about me. My name is Jason Hill. I'm a physician by trade. I'm an internal medicine doctor, hospital medicine. I am triple boarded in internal medicine, pediatrics, and clinical informatics. And I actively practice seeing patients. So I'll be rounding in the hospital next week on the North Shore. My current role is I'm the System Vice Chair for Hospital Medicine and Innovation for the Ochsner Health System. And a lot of stuff I've done in the innovation space. I founded our AI Center of Excellence. Ochsner led us to our first HIM7 designation. I won a Davies Award for our work on sepsis and predictive modeling and AI. And I've done 40 EHR go-lives with Epic, which I would not recommend for anyone else to do. So we've done a lot of enterprise deployments in ambient scribing, clinical summarization, predictive analytics. So we have a lot of experience in this area into how to actually get AI into the hands of real people, real doctors, real patients. So quick scope as to what we'll be covering today. Of course, we'll have to give everybody the doom and gloom because that's like how every AI speech starts. So I apologize for that, but I feel like I need to like go with the same format. And then we'll talk about the AI toolbox in oncology, some companies to watch that we brought them here today and thank them for flying in from various parts of the country. Hope versus reality and real risks of AI. And then we're going to talk a little bit about Ochsner's story and where we think the future is going. I'll start with a patient story, and I think this is like an Ochsner tradition to always start with a patient story, but this is something that the patient that I saw actually a few weeks ago. She was in her mid-50s. She was diagnosed with metastatic lung cancer. She was underinsured, not uninsured, but didn't have great insurance. And we actually were able to figure out that she had metastatic lung cancer and got it biopsied in the hospital and proven and diagnosed. It took her 6 weeks to get treatment. 3 admissions in the hospital. We had index admission, diagnosed cancer, figured it all out, got the biopsy then, subsequently came back to the hospital 3 times and 6 weeks later before she was able to actually get treatment for her primary disease. Has anybody here had similar story? Ooh, I just got really loud. Okay, thanks AV people. Has anybody here had similar stories to that? Where you've had patients who you know have cancer and just, for some reason, they just fall through the cracks and they take, yeah. A couple of people raising their hands. This is a problem that is highly prevalent in the Gulf South. You know, despite all of our best efforts, like you think, oh, Ochsner, a great integrated health system, right? We still lose people, and that's a travesty, right? And shouldn't happen. So the scale of the problem's big. So you can think of this like 20 million new cancer cases diagnosed globally every year. That is a number that's almost like too big for me to conceptualize in my brain. So if you want that, think of in about 20 years, it'll be 35 million. So the amount of patients that are coming through that are going to be newly diagnosed with cancer are almost going to double by 2050. I can guarantee you our oncologists are not going to double. And I can guarantee our support staff is not going to double. So we have to figure out a way to see more patients with the same amount of resources. Second to that, our oncologists are not in a great space, right? This data is actually, 59% is actually from 2023, so it's a bit skewed and old, but I would tell you that there is still significant burnout within the specialty of oncology. So you guys don't need me to tell you this. You deal with the most complicated, most difficult socially, most difficult medically patients, usually in the entire system. And then physician shortage, right? We know that we don't have enough physicians, but that physician shortage is not distributed evenly, right? Here in the Gulf South and in rural Louisiana, those physician shortages are way more acute than they are in places like Boston or New York or Chicago. So why am I telling you this? this is the burning platform, right? So what is AI in oncology? And I'd like to, there's a lot of people have described AI a lot of ways, and there's a lot of ways you could describe AI. So this is the way I'm going to describe it for you guys so you can kind of set up the rest of our presentation. So the first type is machine learning. And machine learning is basically the ability to do pattern matching in data. So you can look at a bunch of data and sort of see the matrix. AI can see where the patterns exist a lot easier than humans can. The second part is large language models. Now, large language models are a part of pattern matching. They're a part of neural networks. But really, they're the things that we all sort of have become familiar with, right? The ChatGPTs of the world, the Claudes of the world, the Geminis of the world, these things that somehow we've created a vectorized database that understands human language. Not replicates human language, understands human language. And that's actually a really important thing to talk about. The third part, which I think is very apropos in oncology, is vision. Vision is probably the most advanced form of what we would consider to be generative AI right now. The most FDA models exist on the AI space and the vision side. And it's going to really revolutionize the field of clinical pathology and radiology. Anybody here a pathologist or radiologist or work in that field? All right, cool. No one. So they're probably all hard at work in the lab. Oh, got one. Okay. All hard at work in the lab and reading films, right? There is no, I was literally on a call yesterday, that we have a huge nationwide shortage of radiologists. So this is not to say that AI is going to replace pathologists and radiologists. It won't. There's no way, right? But it will help to augment them so that we don't have these giant shortages. And lastly, but not least, ambient AI. And I don't think of ambient AI just in ambient listening. I think of ambient AI as the ability to see what's going on with a patient or with an encounter at any given time without having to actually document things into the medical record or into some sort of database, right? The AI itself does the listening. Oops, God bless. Sorry, there's a fly here. Just so everybody's woken up now. The AI itself does the listening and the inference generation. Guys, AI is not a fad. I'm sure most of you know this. You're sort of self-selected to be in this room, right? But important to note that there is an unimaginable amount of money going into building these hyperscalers and building, especially in health tech right now. It's happening right now. So this is an area which we are going to see unbelievable growth in capability of systems in the next 1 to 3 years. You can see 30 plus FDA authorized cancer devices, 30 different ones. And those are just devices. We're not even talking about software. Software is going to be going through a huge amount of FDA certification happening. The barriers to entry to that are lower than it's ever been, which is going to get me to another part of my talk. But important to know that these things are going to be coming at us. We cannot sit by with our head in the sand. So we'll talk a little bit about the toolbox of AI. And I think one of the important, and I feel like one of the most interesting parts of cancer as a disease that we have found is this whole idea of genomics and precision medicine. Okay, we're playing with the lighting now. All right. So genomics and precision medicine is an area, this is actually what Mark and I are good friends and went to medical school together. And I remember Mark presenting to me a couple of years ago and said non-small cell lung cancer used to think of 3 diseases. Now it's 30. In about 10 years, it'll probably be 300, right? So the ability for us to now target specific genes, to target specific molecular pathways, turn them on and turn them off is really cool, right? The problem is it makes the complexity of diagnosis like 10x more difficult, right? So it's a problem that is well suited for a technology like AI to solve. And so I think you look at things like digital pathology and slides, right, where a pathologist can look at a bunch of slides, but they have to do it in sequence. And AI can look at a bunch of slides, and they can do it in parallel, right? So the whole change of being able to have to look at something, and then what the AI does, it looks at everything, and it says, hey, pathologist, you need to look at these slides. These, I think, are really important. Where it's not necessarily going to the point of diagnosis yet. Probably will, not yet. But it's getting to the point of attention. It's helping us to manage our attention. And that helps fix those turnaround times, right? Everybody's sitting here waiting on the pathology slides and the molecular testing for 6, 8 weeks to come back. You're like, what is happening, right? It's because those kind of things take time and they take a lot of validation. But increasing the systems and putting them in parallel decreases them by a factor of 2 to 3 to 5 to 10. Who here has to match patients for clinical trials? Yeah. Who here feels like that's a really fun job? Not fun. Really challenging. It's a giant funnel, right? So the first thing, you get all the patients, you got to find the right trial, you got to find the right patient, you got to make sure that you got the IRB match, and you got to scan it, you got to look at the rationale of the trial and make sure the patient agrees, you got to get consents, you got to get both side consents, and then all of a sudden at the end of that funnel, somehow only 5% of people who are eligible for trials actually get the trials they're eligible for. That's terrible, right? So that's a process that lends itself very well to automation, and then we're going to have one of our presenters talk about that specifically. Ambient AI documentation. Okay, another group question. Who here has used ambient listening or some form of ambient documentation? Nice. Okay, it's amazing. It's a game changer. Anybody who thought that this was going to be I could have never told you that scribing would be the first big use case of AI probably 5 years ago. I thought it was going to be vision for sure. But scribing has by and far, like across our entire org, changed the way we practice our medicine. And I'm going to let Matt talk a lot more about that because that's kind of what DeepScribe does. But I think the key here is that documentation burden on EHRs for doctors sucks. Nobody likes it. No doctor likes to be like, hey, I'd love to spend 3 hours of my day typing in notes into an EHR, right? There's literally no one that would enjoy that. So you want to make sure that this, if you have not tried this or thought about this at your organization, it is game changing. And that's just the beginning. So I won't steal Matt's thunder, but we're going to talk a lot about how EHRs not only can just getting the documentation is the very first part of it. You can think about billing, coding, revenue cycle, clinical documentation support, clinical decision support, ability to enable all of this other stuff downstream just from the actual encounter themselves. And you can almost think of it as an oncologist, you now have a team of people working behind the scenes doing all the stuff you need to do without you having to actually ask them to do any of it. I've talked a lot about this, but this is an area where you're seeing radiomics, digital pathology, those things are now becoming real, right? We're being able to look at a CT and diagnose every abnormal finding in that CT with AI. That means, though, we still need, I have to always say this, we're still going to need radiologists, okay? Don't worry, guys, you're okay? However, what the benefit of that is imagine how many, especially in cancer, we're trying to track tumor size, we're trying to track nodules, we're trying to track things that are a certain size in the three-dimensional scope or a certain way that they look that looks kind of not good, and be able to then track that in time at scale. We just don't have enough humans to do that right now effectively. So being able to track those things, very particular things, across time and longitudinally, look back at the old image, say how does this image relate to the new image, is something that we're seeing AI being able to do quite well. Same with pathology. It's even more complicated. I don't even think I can understand pathology. So we'll go over a couple of the folks that we've got coming in here. So Tempus, we've got Chelsea coming in. Tempus, they have made this very interesting pivot as a company, which I find really cool. They went from a lab company to a data company. And I think that's a really interesting thought because what we'll talk about a little later on in the talk is in order for your AI to work, you need good data. If you have bad data, your AI will be bad. And so the fact that they looked at this said, oh my gosh, we're sitting on this giant treasure trove of data, and we're also sitting over a lot of different oncology practices, and we have hooks into those practices and to the places that are doing trials. Just makes a lot of sense that you would transform your company that way. So this is really cool, and I'm not going to steal Chelsea's thunder, but it's a company that I think you should be paying attention to. Likely Triomics, I think Sebi and I met in 2023. And this is exactly what we talked about in trial matching. You know, trial matching here is really, really challenging. And the fact that they've been able to do it at MSK, congrats. That's a really hard thing to do. And I'll let Sebi talk a lot about the work that they've been doing on creating an oncology LLM, which is really, really cool. And the fact that they've been able to use that to parse lots of different types of data for the specific purpose of getting patients enrolled is really, really neat. And the last, we'll talk about DeepScribe.
Matt and I go way back. We've been talking since a few years back. We've scaled DeepScribe across our org, Auctioner, so we have around 1,400 doctors using it across the state of Louisiana with over a 75% adoption rate. And that's not adoption one note written per week. That's adoption like they write the majority of their notes using ambient scribing. We're now just moving that into the inpatient space, moving into the emergency department space. This is a transformative technology. Important note, so before now we felt all kind of warm and fuzzy about AI and how it's going to help us out, right? Let's not be too warm and fuzzy. There are two important things. Anybody here remember Watson, IBM Watson, right? I was an engineer before I was a doctor, and I was very enamored with Watson, especially the stuff that it could do. But the reason, and if those of you who don't know what Watson is, IBM released basically a supercomputer. The most advanced intelligence system ever made in healthcare failed to prescribe basic regimens in trials. Why? Why did it do that? It's the smartest thing we had. Well, the problem is the ground truth data was all sort of pseudo data. It wasn't based on real patients, real outcomes. And that's a theme I'm going to get to as a lot of you are thinking about what do we do with AI? What questions do we ask vendors? How do we vet systems that are coming at us with increasing speed? These really cool AI-generated slide decks, right? And these numbers that look amazing, right? How do we vet them and make sure that they're actually going to help us or we're going to go on some bad road? So there's three concepts that I'd like to introduce to the group here, and I think a lot of you understand this already, but we're going to put it in the frame of AI, and I'm sorry if that somehow got a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. Bias, privacy, and over-reliance. Bias means, so we in the Gulf South have a particular variety of patients. It's very different than what they're dealing with at MSK, right? It's very different than Chicago. It's very different than the Mayo Clinic, right? So if those academic medical centers are training the AI and then they're releasing it on our patients, you could understand how that AI might be wrong, right? So source truth data is really important, and to ask where your data has been trained. Luckily, if it's big enough, why Tempus still has a good opportunity here, if it's big enough of a source data training, you can encompass everybody. But you need to be very careful about where, when you have a company that's coming in, that their training data set is equivalent to ours. The second thing is privacy. AI requires huge amounts of data. That data does not belong to Auctioner. It doesn't belong to any of us. It belongs to our patients, right? That's their lives, their health. So being able to make sure that stuff doesn't end up on the dark web is not just a technology company problem. It's something we have to look at too. I see Catherine here, but there's some other people from Auctioner here. So like at Auctioner, our data governance committee is kind of like the bane of the existence of the entire company. Everybody hates them. But the reason that everyone hates them is because they're not there to make friends. They're there to make sure that our patient's data is protected. So you want to make sure that your patient's data is having the same thing. And the last thing, and I think is a very interesting phenomenon that I've seen sort of come out of this AI revolution, is what we call, over-reliance on, or automation bias is another way to talk about it. So when people start looking at an AI, say, oh, this person's high risk for falls, all of a sudden the nursing brain switches off, right? And everybody just says, oh, well, the AI says they're high risk, so they must be high risk, right? Let's do all this stuff, right? But AI is not always right. This is why we have to be very careful to our teams and the people that we're working with to make sure that we're not de-skilling those individuals, that they still have that clinical acumen to be able to tell when the AI is wrong, because it will be wrong. And it's probably going to be wrong because of the stuff that we put into it, to be quite frank. But this is what we've learned, is that as a lot of these systems start scaling, those problems then get bigger at scale unless you're able to train your teams. So what's you're like, okay, Hill has droned on a lot about AI and stuff. Like, what's a practical thing that I can take home? It's a checklist. So if you want to take a picture of this slide, this is how to evaluate a checklist, okay? Step one, validation, that you should ask every company that comes to you, was it tested prospectively in a population like yours, okay? The second thing is transparency. Can the AI explain why it made a recommendation? That's a big deal. A lot of large language models, there's a notorious black box phenomenon. That's actually not fully true. There's lots of ways to get a language model to actually tell you why it's making a decision. But you have to know to ask those questions. And you have to be able to go to your vendors and ask them that. The third is integration. If I had a nickel for every company that came to me and said, yes, we got a full Epic integration, don't worry about it. I would be a very rich man. I could retire. If it takes you longer, if it takes your people or you longer in the workflow to actually reach what the AI has said than it does to actually do the workflow yourself, you have failed. You have to make sure that when you mean integration, you really mean integration into the places where your clinicians and patients are doing their work. Diversity of data, I know I harped on this, but this is really important. You got to make sure your data is diverse. You're training on a patient population, particularly in cancer, and you don't have the same rates of lung cancer in that population as ours, your AI is going to underperform. Oversight. So I don't know if I like the term human in the loop, but I think what needs to be is there needs to be a human watching somehow, right? So you can determine where the processes that need to be validated by a human are and what processes that don't need to be validated with a human. Need to check a patient's date of birth? Probably doesn't need to be evaluated with a human. Probably just can trust the AI to do that 99% of the time, right? Need to actually validate that the patient has cancer based off pathology data? You probably want a person making that diagnosis and not an AI, right? And so understanding where those pieces take place and where you really want to insert human intelligence and human capabilities there that are unique that we have is really important. And then last is accountability, right? So I have a Tesla. When I drive a Tesla and my Tesla hits somebody and it's on autopilot, whose fault is that? Is it Tesla's fault or is it my fault? It's my fault, right? So you have to make sure when the AI is wrong that the accountability chain remains very clear, right? That this person, then when you design those workflows, but if the person had no oversight of the workflow, how do they know to be able to be accountable? So those are the things that you're going to need to design as you start to move this forward. A quick primer on Ochsner's Oncology Foundation. I am privileged to be a part of an organization. I can claim this stuff. I did not do any of this. This is all work of the oncology department and Mark and Zoe and all of that team. We see a lot of patients. We have a lot of cancer patients, and we've received a lot of funding. We're the major cancer center between, obviously, Houston and Birmingham, offering phase 1 clinical trials. It's a great place to work. I'm privileged to be able to work here. To get you into something I do have a little bit more oversight to is our AI stack. And so you can look at things that we've already done. We talked about ambient listening. We're live with that with high levels of adoption. That's as of right now. Actually, as of December, this slide actually has changed. As of December, we've gone live with clinical summarization and charts along all 40 hospitals and all of our clinics. So now we have the ability to do chart summarization on every patient that walks into an Ochsner facility. That just happened 2 weeks ago, actually. We're doing Epic Cosmos. Those of you who don't know what Cosmos is, it's the largest repository of healthcare data in humankind's history. So we've done some work on that and validating some of that data. And we're going into now voice and agentic AI pretty heavily and experimenting where it makes sense in a lot of the clinical work there. We've got a lot of stuff on our roadmap. The stuff's coming super fast. We're doing biomarker alerts, trial pre-screenings, stuff like that is happening. And then in the very near future, I see really real-time patient intelligence and digital twins happening probably within the next 1 to 3 years. So important to note, we have a center of excellence. Every tool that we either build, buy, or partner with passes through that center of excellence. So it makes sure that we have all of those steps we talked about on the previous slide. So, important lessons. What have we learned from implementing a lot of artificial intelligence across a big healthcare organization? It's not a technology problem. That's the main thing. We, as clinicians, as scientists, as researchers, have to look at ourselves and say, how can we do the things that we normally have done the last 20 years differently? How can we reframe our patient encounters? How can we reframe our tumor boards? How can we reframe our clinical trials? We have to look at ourselves because so I'm an engineer, so I can say the word. I say the word asymptote a lot. Probably most people don't know what that is. When you have an asymptote, it's a curve that never quite reaches a theoretical limit, no matter how much effort you put into it. The asymptote for AI in healthcare is adoption. And adoption means workflow, and workflow means you have to figure out what problems you're solving. Two, EHR integration is non-negotiable. If you are not integrated into the EHR, you are a persona non grata to me. I don't even look at your initial PowerPoint. So make sure that one integration is not all integration. Integration means deep hooks, means getting there, it means making sure that you're in the workflows that people are practicing in. Governance. Our FDA today is a little leaner than it was in the past 4 or 5 years, which means that a lot of this governance is on us. When AI makes a mistake, they're not going to look at the AI companies. They're going to look at us, and they're going to look at our healthcare organization. So we have to be very careful that we're governing. And then making sure we're designing diversity. I've reached the 30 minutes here, so I'm going to go quick these next couple of slides. Luckily, I've only got 2 left. I put this slide as the near future, 3 to 5 years. This is actually not true. It's 1 to 3 years. So everything I do in AI is sort of like we were talking about the rule of char-grilled oysters in New Orleans. So if you go get a thing of char-grilled oysters, you actually have to double what you think you're going to eat because that's what you're actually going to eat. In AI, you have to actually decrease your predictions by half because it moves twice as fast as you think it will. So this is what I think is going to happen really quickly. Multimodal AI. We talked about vision and trial matching and pattern matching and ambient. We're going to smush all this stuff together, and we're going to get meta AIs that are over all of these things that are going to start to put all of them together. We're going to have tumor boards that are AI driven. Maybe not run, obviously we're still going to be doing tumor boards, but the primary drivers are going to be able to source a lot of those, what's happening in the pathology, what's happening in the radiology, and all of those things. We're going to see all that happening. And actually we use, right now, I don't see anybody from Oxford Oncology in here? Oh, yeah, I saw y'all. So we're doing tumor boards with AI, some of the work around AI actually helping to keep track of the tumor boards themselves, like scribing and doing the documentation of the tumor boards, right? That's literally happening right now. So this is something that you're going to see cropping up more and more. Predictive toxicity. So a lot of the work, especially with the new, huge, I would say, renaissance of medications, is also going to come with a renaissance of toxicity, right? And checkpoint inhibitors, things like that, where the toxicity profiles are challenging to figure out, are going to be something we'll be able to get our heads around because we have the ability to sort through mass amounts of information and do it. I actually had a patient with a really weird immune checkpoint toxicity that manifested as acute psychosis a few weeks ago. And by accident, we figured it out because because she became psychotic, she stopped taking her checkpoint inhibitor. And about 4 or 5 days later, she got normal again. So you just can never tell with some of these novel things that are coming out of trial, like what they're going to do when you release them into a large human population. And then AI is going to be facing our patients. Anybody who's been working with Epic knows Epic's working on Emmy, which is a patient-facing AI, which is going to be talking to them about their symptoms, helping as an interpreter. It's really a good thing, but we have to be very careful about what it's saying to our patients. So what I think is really cool here, and I'll leave with this, the second to last slide, I'm going to probably skip the last one, is that what AI ultimately is a democratization of information, right? So I didn't have the luxury of going to Caltech for my undergraduate engineering degree, right? I would have loved to have the best professors in America at Caltech teach me engineering. With AI, you can have the best oncology minds in the country working together everywhere. It truly democratizes our access to care for our patients in our rural areas where you guys can't physically clone yourselves and be everywhere, but our patients need us. And the areas where we see the biggest disparities existing are where we can't put oncologists. So the combination of virtual technology, AI technology, and ambient technology, along with remote patient monitoring, really gives us an opportunity to extend the highest quality of care to people that are in those areas, and also to extend them across of folks that may or may not have the payment systems to be able to go to the MSKs and the MD Andersons and the other places of the world. I'm going to skip this as our only, I'll just give you the one thing quickly. Try one tool. If you haven't tried an AI tool yet, try one. Pick one. Make sure you're advocating for equity on your patient data. Make sure you're demanding evidence, not just slide decks, and in making sure you're engaging in some form of government. So that doesn't mean you need a government, but you need to either be a part of an organization like CHAI or other organizations that do govern. Thank you so much, and we'll invite our first speaker up. I think it's going to be Matt. We'll go Matt, Chelsea, Sebi. Okay, all right. Sebi, you go. It's fine. You guys fine. Sebi, you're first. Triomics. I got you. Here's your clicker.
Thank you, sir. Alrighty, lovely. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. Sebastian Rhodes. I lead the business strategy and operations functions for a company called Triomics. So the core mission of what we've been doing at Triomics is taking the latest advancements in generative AI and bringing them to the field of oncology. And so what that looks like for us is a core engine. We call that core engine OncoLLM, Oncology-Focused Large Language Model. It's not a singular language model, but rather a constellation of models and a really robust pipeline of coordinated efforts to accurately, efficiently, cost-effectively extract key data elements from all of the different disparate data sources that we have for use in downstream use cases. So on top of that core engine, some of the use cases and the workflows that we have touch on clinical trial matching, patient chart summarization, data curation. But it turns out that once you have a really good understanding of the longitudinal history of a patient, there's a lot of things you can do. And it's really just about configuring that information into the existing workflows of whatever problem it is that you're trying to solve. So why have we kind of attacked this problem, and why is the kind of engine I just described organized in the way that it is? And it's really because, as almost, I'm sure everyone in this room knows, that specifically in the field of oncology, the mass amount of data and the mass amount of key data that we need to make decisions for our patients exists in these unstructured formats. And so unstructured, for those who may not be familiar, really just means information that is not readily machine readable. It's not something that I can search on. And so what that creates is this need for manual chart review. And so whether you're a physician in this room, a nurse in this room, another provider in this room, an administrator in this room, that means that you spend an outsized portion of your time flipping through patient charts, trying to look for something to solve a problem for you. And luckily, with the advancements that we've seen with language modeling and generative AI, a lot of that can be taken away. And so we have all of these different unstructured sources here: progress notes, pathology reports, imaging reports, all of the things that may exist within a patient chart. But even beyond that, think about things like our guidelines, our pathways, our clinical trial inclusion and exclusion criteria. All the things not only are we trying to understand from the patient chart, but the things that we're also understanding that patient chart for downstream. And so the problems that we'll discuss today and the problems that we're trying to address as a business is really rooted on the thread that exists across all of them, is this idea that manual chart review can be, maybe not eliminated, but drastically reduced with the advancements in some of these technologies. So, this is what we're working with today. We got really complex scanned PDFs. Some of that information, can be in one document. It can be spread across multiple documents. You may need multiple documents to make a single inference. And then just to do all of that, we're trying to match that information to these trial inclusion and exclusion criteria, which are becoming more and more complex by the day. Amazing that we have the personalization of medicine, that we're getting better treatments for our patients, but that means we have these concatenated inclusion and exclusion criterias, and we're going down to the nth degree to what it means to be eligible for some of these trials. So how do we think about how we've built our stack and how we address this problem holistically. So the base layer is, Jason, as rightly mentioned, it's all about data access. Data, your models are only as good as the data that you have access to and the data that you give it. So thinking about, direct integrations into EMRs that we have with every single one of our customers. We think about how can we make sure that we're working with the document management systems of certain organizations to make sure we're getting access to all of the scanned records, the PDFs, things that are coming in from Care Everywhere, other HIEs, other sources, trying to create the most robust and holistic understanding of that patient record as possible. Then we have this kind of middle layer, this oncology reasoning engine. So this is where we've kind of taken the advancements in generative AI and brought it over to oncology. And so we've provided it this context-aware knowledge, this multi-step clinical reasoning, the same way that you as a physician or a clinician or a nurse or a provider would think about going step by step if you were manually doing this problem. We have built that same reasoning, that same step-by-step thinking into our pipeline and process. So instead of leaving a singular model out there to go about their own wits, we've really chunked each and every single step of this problem down to ensure that the model is forced into the way of thinking that we know that our end users would be doing it if they were doing it manually. And then, the output of this layer becomes really this structured understanding of your patient. So now we have things like, disease, staging, biomarkers, treatment history, regimens, this really, base layer of who is this patient, what am I looking at? From there, what we're able to do is pump that into a bunch of different workflows and use cases, as I was mentioning earlier, where once you understand the patient, it's just a matter of understanding the workflow that you're trying to address, and can I take that information that I understand about that patient and feed it in appropriately into workflows that fit into the day-to-day of our end users. Trial matching is one I'm gonna cover quite a bit today. Cover off on some of the data curation and feasibility pieces a bit, but there's a lot of opportunity here, as Jason mentioned, starting to look at tumor boards and a bunch of different pieces, and it's really just a matter of, can we really critically understand the workflow? We feel confident that we have the data now to support those workflows, but can we make sure that when we put the workflow into place, it's actually saving time, it's not adjusting the way our end users are working? So before I get into some of the nitty-gritties, what we've been up to, how this has kind of worked in practice, did a lot of early on publications, peer-reviewed journals, Nature, ASCO, really important, we thought, over the last 2 to 3 years, as everybody in this room has been rightly skeptical of the adoption of AI, doing this in a way to build the utmost confidence. Did a lot of those kind of research and publication heavy efforts early on, and have now kind of led to deployments at some of the largest cancer centers in the country, MSK, MD Anderson, Mount Sinai, Yale, Michigan, Indiana, a bunch of community practices, our partnerships with US Oncology Network, and now kind of expanding these capabilities out of the traditional large academics into the, and taking some of these capabilities to where more than 80% of our patients are being seen into the community as well. So I'm gonna double click now into kind of our flagship workflow, the clinical trial screening process. So the first paper we wrote on clinical trial screening published in Nature was this idea, can the model, completely unassisted in an automated fashion, accurately identify a patient's trial eligibility across an entire portfolio of studies? And so we did this paper in conjunction with our partners at Medical College of Wisconsin and Mount Sinai, and looked at their entire their trial portfolios and a random set of patients. And then we had their expert users, clinical trial nurses and coordinators and research managers, verify the outputs of this model. And we were able to find that the model, in a completely automated fashion, was able to accurately match those patients to trials that they were in fact eligible for 95% of the time. And this paper's over 2 years old now. We probably closed the gap on that 5% a good amount. But another thing Jason mentioned in his talk, it's not good enough to just have a black box that spits out this patient is eligible for this trial. We need the ability for the AI to explain itself Why did it make those inferences? But even more than that explanation, we don't want an explanation that's in a black box either. We want citations of that explanation back into that patient record. If I need to, as a human, verify down to the nth degree, is this a right justification? I need to be able to do that. And so we also evaluated the capability of the model's accuracy on its explanations, as well as its accuracy on the citations it used within those explanations to make certain inferences on inclusion-exclusion, also above 90%. So the platform is called Prism. It has a few different main workflows. The one that I think for anyone who has either used trial matching software before or been familiar is this middle bucket, trial to patient matching. I feel this is how, up until kind of some of the advent of Gen AI and LLMs, this is really how technology was looking at the sphere of trial matching. I have a trial. I know I need to enroll patients for it. I need to go out and search and find patients for this particular trial. All well and good, but we end up in a workflow where when we do some of that analysis, we get a list of our 100 patients back. Well, I call up patient number 1 from that list. Hey, we have a clinical trial that you may be eligible for. Oh, actually, I haven't been to, let's say it's for Ochsner. I haven't been to Ochsner in 3 months. I moved out of state. Oh, well, I progressed and I'm on another standard of treatment. Oh, well, I can't get a hold of you. And so your list of 100 patients that seems very promising is now getting whittled away, and the effort that you're putting in to whittle away at that list is not really generating any results. And frankly, up until the advent of some of this latest technology, there wasn't really a better way of thinking about this problem. So what the main workflow that we have in today is more of this patient to trial matching workflow. So the idea that we can now, given the scale and given the automation that the platform provides us, is I can take a singular patient and I can match that patient and screen that patient in real time across the entirety of the 1,800 trials at MSK in real time is a game changer. Even at the highest level of academic centers that we partner with, not one physician, not one leader could tell us, hey, what percentage of your patient population is really being deeply screened for clinical trials today? That was not a statistic that at any of our partners anyone could give us, and when they did give it to us, they felt that maybe it was 1 in 5, 1 in 4 patients were getting a really deep screen for clinical research. It's a wonder as to why our enrollment rates, are down. And the reason of that is because of all the reasons we mentioned earlier. It's very difficult and very complex and very time-consuming in this day and age to screen patients for clinical trials. And so this is the capability to now say that every time we have an upcoming patient appointment, that's the trigger that our system is using to screen that patient in that moment using all of their medical history for the active population of clinical trials at that institution. And we're doing that in advance of that patient coming in for their appointment. So we can now alert the physician, we can now alert the PI, we can now alert the research manager before that patient comes in that this could be a really strong candidate for a trial. When they come in and I have them right in front of me, before we make another treatment decision, before we put them on standard of care, let's have a conversation about this research. And I think that timeliness is actually the biggest advent of increasing enrollment that we've seen so far in deploying this technology. The last one being here kind of tracking of ineligible patients. Another area where a lot of patients fall through the gaps. So I have a patient, I go through the inclusion-exclusion criteria. They're missing one criteria. They're a really good candidate for this study, but maybe it's a time-bound criteria. Maybe they have been off of therapy for 4 weeks, 6 weeks before they can enroll on study. Well, they're a really good candidate. Let me write down on my sticky note, this MRN, and I'll stick it to my computer, and I'll remember in 3 to 4 weeks to reach back out to that patient because they've become eligible. Unfortunately, that sticky note blows off of the side of your computer, side of your desk, unfortunately a little bit too much than I think we would all like, and tracking down that patient again is a little bit difficult. And so we've kind of built into this system this capability of watch listing patients. So when you see there's a criteria that could change, that could be met in the future, you can flag that criteria, and now the system is actively looking for you on the back end. When that criteria changes, and in the moment that patient becomes eligible because we've received new information into that patient chart, alarm bells. I want it, I want this notification going to the physician. I want it going to the patient. I want it going anywhere and everywhere to the stakeholders that can make a difference. And so we're now, again, the timeliness of this information is making an impact when we need it. So how this has played out, again, published a lot on this technology in ASCO, Central Surgical Association. Again, we do a lot of publications with all our partners. Links to these can provide anyone with. They're also on our website. How does this workflow and this technology, how has this actually generated results for a cancer center? For those in New Orleans, I feel like Medical College of Wisconsin is actually a really interesting comparator university. So they're an academic center that is associated with a large health system, Frodair Health. They have a very diverse population in Milwaukee. And luckily for us, they were one of our first partners and a really great case study for how the platform has been working. So this is looking at the first 2 quarters of the deployment in Medical College of Wisconsin. By the end of, on day 1, we were screening 100% of their patient appointments. So 7,000 patients coming into Medical College of Wisconsin every single month, 100% of them were screened automatically against the entire portfolio of trials at MCW. The reduction in chart review time from the end users, the clinical research coordinators, the physicians who are using the platform, nearly 80%. So we did a retrospective and a prospective time-bound study on using the platform and doing manual chart review for some of this work, roughly 25 to 30 minutes in best case scenario for the manual efforts, under 5 minutes with the platform. 72% of all of their trial enrollments for the first 2 quarters that we had the platform in usage came to the platform. So what we think about that is now that's adoption of the platform. So that's quick adoption. So they very, very quickly abandoned their existing ways of enrolling patients. And 72% of all of their enrollments, not net accretive or enrollments, not on top of, all of their enrollments in the first 2 quarters of deployment were coming from the platform itself, and that number has since increased to over 85%. And then the final number, the number that, as a platform, we hesitate to anchor on because I can give as many amazing matches as possible, but there's a whole host of reasons why a patient may not actually enroll on a trial. Socioeconomic barriers, patient just doesn't want to, there's a better treatment pathway. So I can give a million great matches, but trial enrollment is not directly correlated, but it's still a number that everybody wants to hear about. And so in the first quarter of deployment, they saw 40% increase year over year in total enrollment and a 27% increase in the subsequent quarter year over year. Same size portfolio. And again, this isn't a single trial that we're discussing. This is the entire portfolio of their over 200 studies that saw this 40% increase. We're talking over 100 additional patients year over year that they were able to enroll on study. So that was my spiel on kind of our flagship use case, clinical trial matching. Quickly highlight a couple other things we've been able to do with the same tech stack, data curation and cohort visualization. So for data curation, we think about data curation really broadly. Again, lots of different disparate use cases that data curation could address. So maybe if you're an administrator, tumor registry curation, our federally mandated tumor registries, our state mandated tumor registries that, again, huge amount of manual chart review. They're not assisting patients. We have armies of human manpower addressing them today. Maybe if you're a pharma in the room, you're thinking about all of the real-world evidence that you're trying to generate for future studies and understanding how the treatments in your pipeline are operating. Maybe you're a cancer center administrator and you're understanding, you want to understand better quality metrics. How am I doing on certain things? And I want to ask complex queries back into my chart, retrospective research. So all of these things, again, we believe are enabled when you can fully, deeply understand and query a longitudinal patient record. And so this is a case study here of a large data aggregator and RWD provider in the oncology space that we now have an enterprise agreement with, and all of their data curation is happening automatedly through the platform. And so we were able to say one of the largest projects they had done they had been quoted from a manual abstraction provider, roughly a 7-month timeline and $1 million to curate a little over 10,000 patients, pan-cancer, for about 100 data elements. That was the standard quote. We were able to get that down to $150,000, and we returned that project in 3 weeks. And the majority of that 3 weeks was making sure that our models were aligned to the specific questions that that project entailed. So we, of course, have our baselines, we have our pipelines. Every project has its own nuances. We make those adjustments, 2.5 weeks, and then those 10,000, 12,000 patients were automatically run in less than 24 hours. That's just a scale of compute. If you have compute, you can, parallelize as much as possible. So once you feel like your platform is set up, there is no barrier to how quickly you can solve some of these problems and do it in a much more cost-effective way than manual processes. And in a world where, RWE, okay, that there's commercial on the side, but when we think about provider-facing workflows, tumor registry curation, or other, quality reported metrics, the people probably doing that manual chart review could have much, much better things to be doing with their time. Patient-facing work, understanding other problems within your health system. And so we're really excited about this capability and the broad nature of problems that it can address. And then finally, thinking about what is the exhaust, the output of some of these things that we're doing. So if I'm screening every single patient that comes through my clinic every day for clinical research, and the way we're doing that is by really deeply structuring and understanding that longitudinal record, what am I doing with that information after the fact? Well, of course, we should be interrogating it. We should be using it to our best advantage. We now have the ability to really deeply understand our active patient population. And so we now have the ability, using drop-downs, using simple free text queries, to understand what's happening in our organizations. So, this is kind of how our workflow looks today, the ability using drop-downs to say, before using Slicer Dicer or some SQL queries, I might be able to understand how many breast cancer patients I have that are on, that have had genomic testing done. Today, we're now able to say how many stage 4 triple negative breast cancer patients do I have? How many of those are on second line or have completed second line of therapy but have not yet started third line therapy? So when I'm thinking I'm presented with a clinical trial, and I want to know, do I have an accurate patient population? What is my patient population addressability for this research? Instead of having physicians, give their best check feeling for what is, happening at the organization, we can really add data and provenance to this workflow. And, again, with retrospective research, trying to understand how, being able to identify these patients and say, hey, I want to understand how well we've been doing for metastasized breast cancer patients over the last 3 years. How have we been treating those patients? We can quickly identify those patients, and then we can use the data curation workflow to ask those complex queries of that patient population that we've just narrowed down to. So the ability to do, one of our core workflows, which is question and answer, the ability to, in free text, ask a question to the patient chart, and then structure discrete information as well from that patient record. The combination of those two things we feel can solve many, many problems, some of which have highlighted today, some of which Jason mentioned and are on our roadmap for the future. That's all I have for you. Thanks very much for listening, and I think we'll do some Q&A at the end.
Example of a company that's really doing a lot of work in this space. I know really quickly that we've got standing room only in the back, so there are a couple of seats up here in the front and some other seats right there if you guys want to hop on in. That way, welcome to stand if that's what you want to do, but we do have some seats available for those. So great to see a lot of folks come into this. So I think next we'll bring up Tempus.
Think so. All right. So I'm Chelsea Osterman. I'm a medical oncologist and executive medical director with Tempus AI, and I oversee all of our AI applications, which are now very numerous. But I will pick just a few to focus on today as part of this deep dive into some of the exciting things that Tempus AI is doing. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Tempus, we were founded about 10 years ago when our CEO, Eric Lefkofsky's wife, was diagnosed with breast cancer. And as she embarked on her treatment journey, Eric was really amazed at how little data there seemed to be guiding these key treatment decisions. And so, like anyone else would do, he created a company to generate that data in order to help inform the treatment decisions that are now being made. So he did this very interestingly by starting off with a portfolio of NGS tests, and then using the data that was generated through that, combining it with data from other sources like EMR integrations to really put together this entire precision medicine platform. So now fast forward 10 years, Eric's wife is doing really well, and the Tempus AI platform now contains over 500 petabytes of data. So in case you're like me and have no idea what a petabyte is, it's roughly the amount of information contained in 500 billion pages of text. And we've got 500 of those. So as Jason was saying, having really large-scale data is key to training AI models and validating them, and also key to the equity perspective of making sure that all patients are being represented when we're developing these models. And so that 500 petabytes of data is really feeding into everything that we do to try to make sure that our models are as representative as possible for the patients at Ochsner, the patients at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and everywhere in between. So we really believe that multimodal data is the core foundation of artificial intelligence in healthcare. And so, our platform is combining this data from multiple sources. We have our portfolio of NGS tests, which are offering really rich genomic data, including both DNA and RNA. And then we're able to combine that with data directly from the EHR, so all of your progress notes, your imaging reports, and then layer on top of that as well actual images themselves. So actual DICOM images from the CT or MRI scans, EKGs that are being done as part of standard of care. And all of that is getting combined together to then generate insights. So those insights may be, what clinical trials a patient might be eligible for, what therapies are indicated for them at that particular point in their journey. And all of that then rolls up into our AI applications that really have a broad number of capabilities at this point. So, we have moved really far beyond just being an NGS company, and in fact changed our name from Tempus Lab to Tempus AI to really try to reflect that change in prioritization for the company. So really, AI is now infused in everything that we're doing, and it's really providing this additional layer of intelligence on top of all of our testing and everything else. So some of that intelligence comes in the form of insights that are directly on the report that you would get that can help illustrate what particular trials a patient might be eligible for or therapies that are indicated. We also have digital pathology insights, which I know Jason had mentioned a little bit about digital pathology and computer vision. I think this is a really exciting area as well. And through this, we're able to actually generate insights even when the tissue may not be sufficient for full NGS testing. And then finally, we have our novel algorithms. And so these are able to give you enhanced multi-gene signatures that provide insights beyond kind of the traditional biomarkers or just the presence of a gene alteration. And the thing that is also really interesting here is that all of this is also, the intelligence is consistently updated throughout the entire patient journey. So it's reflecting really that current state, and it's informed by the latest clinical picture. And then it's all accessible in natural language. So at the bottom here is an example from Tempus One, which is our AI agent that's embedded into our portal. So all you have to do is ask. So I'd say that right now we have kind of 3 primary goals at Tempus. And the first is to have AI-enabled diagnostics and to have these be seamlessly accessible through the EHR. So really getting back to the workflow perspective that Jason highlighted as being really critical, making sure that the tests and their results are directly embedded in the EHR in a way that makes them usable. The second piece is AI-enabled care, so taking all of that data and AI and making it usable for clinicians to actually be able to make the decisions that they need to. And then finally, AI-enabled research, where we're taking all of this data and making it useful, and both harmonizing it as well as allowing it to democratize access to things like clinical trials and cutting-edge therapies. So our mission is really to leverage AI in order to support clinicians so that they can make the best decisions possible and help patients lead healthier, longer lives. So touching on that first point a little bit more, I wanted to highlight some of our AI-enabled diagnostics that I think are a pretty unique offering. So this is a high-level overview of our currently available algorithms, and each of these was developed and validated using multimodal data. So going back to that 500 petabytes of information, that allows us to develop a lot of these algorithms. And so each test that's performed is also producing more data that's then getting fed back into the models, and so we're continuing to improve upon and add value every time we're iterating with these algorithms. And there's a couple here that I wanted to highlight in particular, where we've really extended beyond kind of traditional oncology. So the first one is the Page Predict model. And so this is a model that's able to use a single H&E slide to predict the presence of over 100 oncogenic biomarkers in just 5 minutes. So you can imagine how much information that's able to give you, one slide, and giving you all of these insights. So I think as oncologists in particular, we're all familiar with the saying that tissue is the issue, and I think that that's really only becoming more true these days as the number of tissue-based tests, IHC assays, that are needed to actually fully characterize a tumor is continuing to grow. And yet, our techniques for getting that tissue have not changed. And it's a really high burden on patients for us to be doing repeat biopsies in order to try to obtain more tissue. And so what's great about Page Predict is it can help with that prioritization. So it can give you a signal to say, what are the tests that I should do first to maximize the likelihood that I'm getting an actionable result before I've exhausted that tissue. So this is, again, not replacing full NGS testing where it's an option where patients have sufficient tissue, but really providing a way to help maximize and optimize the workflow that's being used. The other one that I wanted to highlight is actually down at the bottom here. And so within cardiology, we now have 2 FDA-cleared ECG AI algorithms, and these analyze routine 12-lead EKGs and can actually predict patients that are at risk of developing either AFib or low EF, so heart failure. And our ECG AI approach is really taking on creating a proactive way to identify patients that may be at risk for these diseases. And we can even take it one step further. So we have a Cardiology Next program, which actually helps identify patients that are also potentially undertreated. So those who may be eligible for additional guideline-directed care or a clinical trial. So really trying to encompass that entire patient journey and making sure that patients are being both diagnosed appropriately and treated appropriately. And I think that this work is really important, not just for the cardiologists, but as Jason was also talking about in terms of predictive toxicity models, so many of the agents that we use as cancer-directed therapy now have potential cardiac toxicity. And we may not always be great at making sure that we're rigorously following patients to evaluate who may be developing that. And so using these algorithms, we can actually look to detect signs of potential toxicity earlier on and hopefully intervene early so that we can ideally prevent additional damage from happening or even reverse existing damage in some cases. So I think these are some really exciting examples of kind of the breadth of work that we're doing in a lot of different areas that all kind of filters back into being really relevant for us as clinicians. I'm going to take a little sip of water. 1 second. Thank you. All right. So we are many of us are oncologists, though, so I would be remiss if I didn't mention some of our oncology algorithms. This one that I wanted to highlight is our immune profile score, or IPS. And so thinking about our traditional biomarkers, PD-L1, TMB, that we use to try to identify who might benefit from immunotherapy, there's clearly still a big gap there where those biomarkers just don't perform as well as we would want them to really categorize patients into who is likely to benefit and who's not. And so that's why we really worked to develop this IPS score, was to try to fill some of that unmet need. And so we generated, the IPS score algorithm generates a score from 0 to 100, and then it classifies patients as either IPS low or IPS high. And we generated this algorithm using a combination of DNA and RNA. Again, it's trained on a pan-cancer cohort using that really rich multimodal data set that we have as Tempus. And you can see here the really striking results. So the IPS high versus low stratification was significant across immunotherapies, including monotherapy and combination therapy, in the frontline setting or in the second-line setting. And really key is that it demonstrated prognostic utility independent of TMB, PD-L1, or MSI status. So this is an algorithm that doesn't require any additional tissue or blood samples. It's being run automatically in the background, and yet it's providing this really important prognostic and predictive information. And I think that this is really opening up this new wave of how we generate insights beyond kind of our standard biomarkers and really understand how to unlock more of precision medicine for more patients. So switching gears a little bit and thinking about our AI-enabled care and AI-enabled research, our Tempus Next platform is a unified solution that it has the goal of helping physicians understand what the next best step in a patient's care might be. So whether that's additional biomarker testing, imaging, or a clinical trial, we're looking to really understand the patient journey in a deep way and be surfacing those insights to clinicians in real time so that they can act on them. So on the left here, you'll see the first component of this platform. That's our clinical intelligence platform. And that really helps to ensure that guideline-directed care is being received by all patients consistently across an entire health system. And then on the right is our Next Trials platform. So this includes both technology and services that help site teams more efficiently and effectively identify patients for clinical trial enrollment. So I'll go into a little more detail on both of these. So the first one is our Next clinical intelligence platform. We typically call this a care gap, although a lot of people get a little funky about calling it a gap because it's not something that, we're not trying to say that people didn't do a certain thing that they were supposed to, but more recognizing that, we work in these really fragmented and siloed health systems. And so just like with Jason's first example from earlier today, we all have the best of intentions and we want to give the best care possible to every one of our patients. But sometimes things happen and people fall through the cracks for reasons that we can't even understand. And then you add on top of that the fact that all of these clinical guidelines are now becoming even more complex and nuanced, and the updates are coming basically every day at this point. And so trying to keep up with all of that across the tens of thousands of patients in a health system is just not really feasible. And so that's where we created this platform, is to actually automatically analyze the patient records, understand where a patient is at in their current treatment journey, and then flag patients who may have diverged from current clinical guidelines. So this is really presenting an opportunity to offer additional care to patients that's guideline directed, and it's doing it in a way that seamlessly integrates within those existing workflows. And we're not burdening your site care teams that already are doing 150% of the work. We're really trying to alleviate that, use AI to best identify those patients that could benefit from additional care in some way. So highlighting a quick case study from a deployment of this Next platform. This was done at TriHealth, which is kind of a medium-sized institution that's in Cincinnati, Ohio. And we started off by looking at a cohort of patients with resectable stage 1B through 3 non-small cell lung cancer. And we saw that at baseline, about 30% of patients actually had an indication for additional biomarker testing that they had not yet received. And that's important because if you don't get the test, you can't know that you're positive and you can't get the targeted therapy. And so really, making sure that those biomarker tests are happening is a key part to ensuring true precision medicine. After just 6 months of deployment at TriHealth, we were able together to bring that up to 100% compliance. So every patient was getting that testing that was indicated, and we were finding patients with things like ALK fusions, where it truly did change the course of their treatment, and it really did make a key important impact on the care that they were receiving. And so we are now continuing to expand this offering really substantially, expanding the number of diseases, the care gaps that we're addressing, and doing this across, again, not just oncology, but also cardiology and additional things to come. So finally, the last thing that I wanted to highlight is a little bit about our Next Trials platform. This is kind of similar to how TriOmics, when Sebastian was talking about their trial matching. I think it functions very similarly to that. We use an agentic approach to take those complex protocol IE criteria and turn them into rules for patient matching. And so we're able to, again, do this at scale. And so we're able to search through or compare every single patient against every trial at an institution continuously. So this isn't, a static list that was pulled based on some high-level EHR criteria. This is constantly evolving and constantly reflecting where that patient is at in their treatment journey. This is able to use all of the information contained within the EHR, the structured and unstructured data, the NGS testing from Tempus or from other vendors, and is really able to effectively guide a lot of those workflows as well. So one of the kind of final key components of this trial matching software that we have is that it also has this intelligent scoring system. And so this actually assigns a relevance score to every patient and trial match. And that really reflects how likely the patient is to truly be eligible for that specific trial. And what's great is you can then prioritize your workflows to have the patients that are most likely to be matches reviewed by your site staff, clinical research coordinators first. So it's really trying to prioritize where is the time being spent so that it can be spent on the places that are most valuable. And I know Jason doesn't love the word human in the loop, but I still like it. And so I'm going to say, this really is a human in the loop process. And again, it's built to have that transparency and accountability. And so the platform surfaces the evidence that it has that supports the decisions that it's making, and you can readily see directly from the EMR, where did it figure out that this patient has breast cancer, so that you can verify that information. I think one saying that I've started to really like when it comes to AI is trust but verify. And I think that maybe is better than human in the loop, that it's, you want to treat it like it's a new medicine intern, where they're like really eager to help and a little bit over-caffeinated, so they're like working at double speed. And so, you're listening to everything this intern is telling you, and you believe them, but you want to independently confirm those key pieces of information. So back to Jason's point, maybe you don't need to confirm the birth date. We can trust the intern on that one. But, the key pieces of what therapies they've had and their responses, those we want to verify, because it's you as the clinician that has that years of experience and that expertise that comes with that to really understand the context and put the whole picture together. And so, the kind of last piece that I'll end on here is, one of the quotes I really like is, AI won't replace humans, but humans who use AI will replace those who don't. And I think that is becoming readily apparent, that as we are dealing with a shortage of oncologists and yet more cancer diagnoses, we need to get smarter about how we're providing care for our patients. And how do we do that equitably, sustainably, at scale? And I think really AI is the answer to a lot of that. And it's how we make sure every patient is getting the best care possible for where they're at in their treatment journey, that we're able to actually deliver precision medicine, precision oncology, and it's a really exciting time to be a part of all of this. So with that, I will thank you all so much.
Thank you, Chelsea. I will say they're putting some more chairs in the back too, if folks who are standing wish to be seated. Before I bring Matt on, just a quick thing. We're on till 11:30, so we probably won't have time to do the panel because I want to give Matt the time to do his full presentation. But what we can do is do some questions afterwards, and then if anybody wants to do like a one-on-one meeting with any of the companies, there's a connections room that's across the way that you can make your way over there as well, and that way it gives a little bit more of a private setting to have a longer form discussion. So, all right, over to you, Matt.
I will be super quick, so we can maybe still have the panel. We'll see. I might need some help getting this up.
Super quick.
I know, seriously, like.
Promise we rehearsed this.
So embarrassing.
Yeah. You got it?
Maybe stop sharing this.
Yeah.
Stop sharing.
There you go. You good?
Can I like exit this? How do I do full screen?
You do full. Do full screen. Yeah, right there. You got it.
All right, not the best start. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Matt, and I'm the founder and CEO of a company called DeepScribe. A little bit about me. My background is not in healthcare. I'm a data scientist by training. I fell into healthcare about 9 years ago because I was serving as the translator for my mom when she had breast cancer. And ever since then, I've kind of devoted my life to oncology. So over the past 9 years, DeepScribe has kind of been pioneering the adoption of AI in oncology. We started with our flagship product, an ambient AI scribe, back in 2017. And today we have a full suite of products and solutions across the clinical workflow. We've been really successful in oncology. Today we have about 90% of the community oncology market using our solution every single day. And it's something that I'm extremely grateful for because I'm literally living my dream, like starting this crazy idea 9 years ago, and now we can actually see real doctors using the products that we build. So we started DeepScribe really with this fundamental insight that oncology is constrained by documentation. And what do I really mean by that? So, not only are doctors spending nearly half their day writing notes, leading to dangerous levels of physician burnout, what we really realized was that our understanding of oncology and how oncology is being administered is simply made up by what physicians think are important and what they remember to actually write down. And we all know that memory is fallible, and we all know that what's important to that clinician may not be what's important to all the other stakeholders that play a role in that patient's journey. And so, we thought, how can we actually reimagine the way that this clinical data is being harvested, also in a way that won't burden these physicians? And what we built was this new operating system for oncology that's built based off of conversations. So I thought it was really funny. A lot of the slides that our company showed today has something very similar to this. I think the big difference between what I'm trying to say in this slide versus what other people may have showed is that we're able to use conversations as a source of truth, right? So rather than relying on a physician to put information into an EHR, we're ambiently recording and we're able to sense what's actually happening in that room. And we're able to document things that may be, not important to the clinician, but may be important to the research coordinator, might be important to the revenue cycle team, to all the other stakeholders. And what we're able to do is we're able to build fit-for-purpose applications for all of those stakeholders. So we've started with the clinician, with the ambient documentation tool. We have all the other clinical workflow tools such as chart summarization, revenue intelligence. But you can start to really imagine how this can really turn into not just clinical workflow tools, but novel tools that wouldn't have been able to exist without the recording of these conversations. We're working on something right now where we're looking at the vocal biomarkers that patients are saying that we can sense through the conversations to do behavioral health screenings, as an example. And so it's this really interesting opportunity for us because not in the history of oncology have we really been able to record these conversations at scale. And today we do millions and millions of these conversations. Jason put up a number that's a little bit old, but by the end of this year, we'll be on a run rate to do around 10 million cancer visits by the end of this year. So it's a really amazing opportunity for us. We're really in the early innings here, but this is, I think, a core principle that all of our companies really recognize, that data is one of the most important things to be able to leverage the technologies that are available to us today. So with this ambient operating system, we're able to hopefully result in better decision making. So we're able to create this really beautiful symbiotic feedback loop where we're able to unburden clinicians from really what they hate most. Like Jason was up here talking about how much he hates documentation. We're fully scaled at Ochsner, and we get so many letters from doctors telling us that we've literally saved their marriages. In other instances, we've been told that their marriages have gone worse because now I'm going home early and they don't know what to do with me. And so we're really able to unburden these clinicians we're able to unburden these clinicians from what they hate most, and in exchange, we're able to harvest this novel data set. And with this data, we're able to generate novel insights. And what's the really unique thing happening right now is that we're starting to see a new workflow emerge. So it's not just a clinical workflow, we call it the ambient workflow. And what does that ambient workflow actually look like? Well, we can take all this ambient data, we can pass it through algorithms that are built by other stakeholders within that patient's journey, and then we're able to feed those insights back into the clinical workflow. I think that is like the really missing piece that not a lot of discourse in AI and healthcare is talking about today. We have these amazing technologies that are able to generate these insights, but how do you actually action these insights and make sure that that information gets to that clinician at the right time, in the right moment, in a way that they're actually going to action on those insights? And we really believe that the ambient workflow, being able to seamlessly do that, is a new opportunity that hasn't previously existed. So what does this platform actually look like today? So today we have AI products and services that inform every step of the clinical workflow. So from before the visit, we have our AI chart summarization and chart preparation features. From during the visit, we have our contextually aware ambient scribe products. And after the visit, we have a whole suite of revenue intelligence solutions that we've built. So users on our product typically start their day in our chart summarization feature. So really what it is, it's pretty self-explanatory. We pull all the data from the EHR and we summarize it. So for from new visits, we really look at anything in the EHR. We take outside records, and we basically prepare that. We create a comprehensive kind of narrative of that patient's story for that physician to visit. But where it gets really interesting is for the established patients. So for the established patients, we really focus on what happened between visits. So we look at any results from path reports, lab reports, but also from any conversations that we're hearing, right? So if we're able to see anything that's relevant that happened with any of the other clinical staff, we're able to surface that in this kind of view as well. We also have a chart preparation feature, so it takes this from passive kind of review to actually active planning. We're able to basically suggest what you should be doing for that patient based off of the information that we have. And then we have kind of a interface that allows physicians to kind of workshop those topics and prepare those topics for their visit. And that visit really serves as the draft of the note that we then generate. So during the visit, with the magical touch of a button, a physician can record the natural conversation that they have with their patient, and we're able to write a beautiful note from that directly inside the EHR using the existing templates that you guys are using every day. So we have strategic partnerships with all the major electronic health record companies, Flatiron, Ontada, Epic, et cetera. And the reason why we've been able to be so successful in oncology is because we've been able to build this oncology-specific model and provider-specific models. So Sebi earlier was kind of talking about the importance of building things that are oncology-specific, and we've really found that to be true at our company as well. An example of this is you might tell a patient, hey, we're going to start your next cycle, right? But in the note, you don't want it to write start next cycle, right? You want it to write, patient starting the third cycle. And we've been able to build products where we can actually understand the oncologic history of the patient so that when we write your note, we're able to know that we're going to write down start the third cycle because we know that they just finished the second cycle in the past note. And so this type of workflow is unique in oncology, and that's why a lot of these other ambient scribe solutions that are building horizontally or building these generalized models aren't able to get the level of adoption that we're seeing in oncology. But we can't stop there. So oncology-specific models are important. We also build provider-specific models. As a data scientist, this was like the thing that really stumped me. I always think that there's an answer, but what we found out is that everybody loves their notes differently, and if you're not able to really accommodate and meet them where they are, they're not going to use your product. And these are little things, right? Like what pronouns you refer to the patient as. Do you use numbers or do you use bullets? Do you want social history above family history? Do you write short sentences, long sentences? All these little things, they might seem very trivial on the surface, but it's really the difference between whether or not someone uses your solution and doesn't. And so we've been able to do that by not only building oncology-specific models, but also provider-specific models as well. So we have a team of clinical experts that go at the elbow when we implement our solution and really learn what are the different nuances of your clinical workflow. And we empower them with really powerful internal tools that they can use to customize these models at the individual provider level. And then the last thing is right after Note is finished, we have a full suite of coding intelligence products. So we do E&M coding, HCC coding, ICD-10 coding. We actually co-developed our HCC tool with Jason back there. And so this is a really unique opportunity. The unique thing about what we do is we're able to sit upstream of everything. So typically in a CDI workflow, everything happens after the visit, right? Like the doctor writes the note, signs the chart, it gets sent to somebody. And then someone reads it and was like, you forgot to like write this thing down, and sends like an email back to the doctor. And then if you ever talk to a doctor, they hate queries. Like that's the last thing they want, right? And what's unique about our position is because we actually draft the note, rather than having to do this stuff retroactively, we can do this upstream and integrate the CDI processes directly in the note generation pipeline. So really what that means is rather than try to fix the mistakes after they happen, we can avoid these mistakes in the first place. And that's really the power of why we believe that we're in a really good position to also offer these types of solutions. And so, at DeepScribe, we really believe that the value that we can create from the ambient operating system far outweighs just the value that we create from just saving our clinicians' time with our ambient documentation tool. And we believe that the value that you can capture on the operating system is limited by the level of adoption that you have on the people using your ambient scribe solution, right? So if the whole thesis is that we need to record these conversations and no one's recording these conversations, how are you going to be able to accomplish that? And so our North Star metric at DeepScribe is really clinician adoption. And we're really proud to say that we lead the industry by this. So our average adoption rate is around 85%. Our most recent enterprise deployment at Florida Cancer Specialists, we got around 95% clinical adoption in the first 90 days of implementing our solution across the entire system. And we're really proud of this, and this compares to the industry. Right now I have on the slide 40%. This is the average adoption of ambient scribes in a primary care setting. The latest research by KLAS shows that the average adoption rate in oncology, specifically for ambient scribes, is 13%. So the difference between getting 13%, 85, 95% adoption is really in the things that I've kind of shared with you earlier. It's how do you build specialty-specific provider-level models? How do you build deep integrations with these EHRs so that we can really understand the oncologic history of these patients? And third, it's how do you have a very strategic change management approach where you can swallow your pride and admit that the best technology just doesn't win. Really, in healthcare, you have to sit at the elbow with the clinicians, earn their trust, and really make the product work for them. And so by doing these three things, we've really been able to, I think, crack this adoption problem, and we're proud to say that we lead the industry in adoption. And this is all, the proof is in the pudding, like they say. So this is an abstract that we published in the Journal of Clinical Pathways. We not only were able to show that we can generate, industry-leading levels of adoptions and save clinician time, but what was really interesting about this paper is we also observed how we're able to improve the quality of the documentation, right? So we were able to show that we were able to increase the capture of social determinants of health by 45%. We're able to increase the capture of comorbidities by 22%. We're able to increase the number of diagnoses captured by 16%. And I was looking at this, and frankly, I actually asked the oncologist that kind of did this with us, and I was like, I was shocked by these numbers. And what they told me was, Matt, these oncologists, they almost become their primary care physician. And, but when they're writing these notes, they only care really about the cancer. And so that's what they're writing down. And when we look at kind of these things, a lot of it has to do with maybe the non-cancer related things. But I think it's really important because, it's based off of our thesis at DeepScribe. A lot of these things really matter, about the patient's life context. When I talk to oncologists, they tell me about 15, 20% of patients actually fit into the guidelines, right? What happens to the other, 80, 85%? right? Well, I think it's the life context. And how, as a clinician, do you remember all this life context for every single person that you're talking to? I think for the first time ever, we actually have an opportunity to fix that. So anyways, I told you I'd keep it short. This is what we're doing at DeepScribe. Thank you for your time, and hopefully we have time for QA.
All right, let's go ahead and everybody give a hand for our speakers today, for the coming flying out. Really appreciate y'all. So many cool things happening in the field of AI right now. We're gonna probably try to squeeze in a little Q&A here. We know that lunch is happening soon, so we've got this room till 11:30. So maybe what we can do is, if I can have the presenters come here and sit in the hot seats up here. And then we can get some questions from the audience. I'll sort of work the podium and field the questions from the audience. Also, a quick thank you to the CAGLA team who's here for putting this together. This is amazing. The first CAGLA conference I've been to, and it's amazing, huge, way bigger than I anticipated. And so much appreciation to that and the advocacy that everybody's doing for cancer here. So let's go ahead and get some show of hands for those if you have questions, and then we can forward to the panelists. Yeah. So
Oh boy, I'm not sure where to start. What I see is we're merging two cultures: the culture of medicine, physicians are now called providers, and the world of mathematics, computer science, algorithms. Those two worlds often don't play well together. And as someone who's a physician and biology background, but also with a degree from MIT, I see this clash, and I hear all these buzzwords. And I'm getting old now. I remember when there were magic bullets with monoclonal antibodies, and we're starving the tumor when anti-angiogenesis was prominent, and then targeted therapy and precision medicine and personalized medicine. And now you're not Tempus, you're Tempus AI, and everything is AI. Used to be everything was .com, now it's AI. And we're talking about algorithms and generating this data. But there's this black box, and that black box that physicians who are making the decisions don't understand that black box. And that black box is telling the physician what to do based on an algorithm that the physician has no idea how it was derived. And there's an old saying in computer science, garbage in equals garbage out. The algorithms are only as good as the data that is input into them. And as a clinician for decades, I realize how messy clinical medicine is, how messy clinical trials are, how clinical trials are conducted, the patient eligibility. Many patients are on the trial that didn't meet eligibility but ended up on the trial anyways. I mean, biology is messy, and I'm not sure the algorithms and that data recognize that messiness. The rep from Tempus, you were talking about this AI tool that scans charts and determines whether patients are meeting guidelines. Well, that's an insurer's dream, right? And that's, and I could see that's going to be marketed to insurance companies. They're going to scan every chart, and they're going to deny every chart, saying you, quote, didn't meet guidelines. And then the physician's going to be spending hours each day on so-called peer-to-peer explaining the nuances and the difficulties. So what concerns me is that these algorithms are generating numbers that we as physicians really are not going to be the arbiters of. The insurance companies are. We're not going to be able to say, I'm going to ignore that data and do what I think is best because the algorithm said this is what should be done. And we're going to end up in a world where actually it's it's not the future anymore. The machines are running the world. And so the question, and I know I'm rambling a bit, but let me get to the point. there needs to be more transparency in how the algorithms are developed and what data goes into the algorithms. Because that right now is a black box, a lot of buzzwords, but not a lot of knowledge in how the algorithms are construed.
Maybe I'll take a crack at it. I'll take the team here. So as a practicing physician and a clinician informaticist myself, and an engineer, I definitely see the problem here. But I think the essence of your source of garbage in, garbage out is sort of like yes and, right? I think it's all about context. And so the problem is that if you take data out of context, so if you sort of like take a singular data point and say that data point and then use that to sort of drive algorithms, right? Those data points in and of themselves have a high propensity towards potentially being off, right? However, if you zoom out and you potentially can take a more structured input process for your data, i.e. things like ambient or trust where you already got trusted data sources, I think that solves the, problem of inference, right? So inference is one problem. The other problem is explainability of AI, which I think is what gets to the heart of your question. I think that's still a big problem. And I think a lot of our algorithms right now, because of predicted algorithms, rely on derived variables, which is probably a really boring discussion, and I won't force everybody to that. But like you can imagine something like this. When I get septic, what changes in me first? My respiratory rate is the first thing to change. But if you look at a nurse says, I think this patient's septic because the respiratory rate's 26. Well, like a bunch of other stuff changes your respiratory rate too. I could have just got a shot, or I could have just got a painful procedure, right? So looking at all that without context is really problematic. I think the key that generative AI brings to this is it can take large data context and actually do abstractions that have higher levels of fidelity than what we used to do in the sort of predictive model range. And I think that then also flips both ways. So AI is actually, like if you look at the latest data from Claude and Anthropic around explainability and alignment, right? They're actually making pretty good headway about explaining how AI is actually making its decisions by creating what's called scratch pads. And so maybe I'll put some of that to like the explainability to the team here. Yep.
Is this on? Oh. So I think explainability is important, but I think the bigger point here is I think we as a community have to decide what is our risk profile that we should apply to adopting these AI tools. I think one of the big mistakes that I see too often in a lot of the conversations that I'm in is that people from the medical community tend to hold technology to a higher standard than they hold themselves, right? People are asking me, why isn't this AI 99%? It's only a 95%, like Sevi showed in his trial. And my question is like, how accurate are the humans doing this work today? How scalable is the work that the human is doing today, right? And I think the person that loses on that conversation is not the health system, it's not the vendors, it's the patients. There's patients out there that need this care, right? And we have technology out there that can solve a lot of these problems. And I think, obviously I'm biased because I'm a data science background. I've seen the amazing work that this technology can do. I think the question is, how do we actually deploy these tools in a way that accelerate the adoption? I think explainability is important, and traceability and rule following on these models are actually improving over time. But I think the biggest thing is we can't let these types of conversations and these rules and governance and regulatory bodies slow down the adoption and the diffusion of this technology. So.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, and I think an anecdote that I shared in my conversation, which is exactly along this lines, right? We have record provider burnout, we have record lows in people becoming providers. The scalability problem is, this conversation aside, and it is completely valid, all the points that were made, that problem is 100% real and is coming for us very quickly. And so when we think about adoption, I think we need to think about adoption in the context of what are we asking these systems to do for us. If we're asking it, Jason mentioned in the beginning of his talk, if we're actually asking it to make a true diagnosis and then choose the next best care and provide care for that patient, let's give it the highest standard possible of, scrutiny that we can give it. If we're talking about some of the workflows that we do, where we have organizations telling us that at best 20% of their patients, and these are NCI-funded academic research organizations, their proven mission is to do clinical research. They're telling us only 20% of their patients are getting screened for trials, but now we can have 100% screened for trials. Are we really concerned 95 to 98% when 80% of those people are getting 0 right now? And so I think we just, instead of to Matt's point, there's a lot of grandiose conversation about governance and things that are happening in the space that we certainly should be having and keeping our eye on the ball. But in terms of adoption and how we're actually going to make kind of real world changes and see ROI and make care better for our patients, I think we do need to get a little bit more granular and think about the context of some of those realms.
To quote Joe Biden, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative, right? Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so for me, the goal of AI is to automate the ordinary and then humanize the extraordinary. So what are each of y'all companies doing to humanize the extraordinary?
Yeah, no, I think that that's a great perspective, and definitely how I have been viewing this as well. I think it's to me about being able to practice at the top of your license. And so, I think really trying to make it so that those like very complex, nuanced decisions that really can only come from the years of experience that you have actually caring for real live human beings, that that still is squarely within that human domain. I think there's a lot that we're doing to try to give the information, to make that information readily usable and available to you so that you can take that and do the extraordinary things that only you as a human can do. I think that using AI provides kind of this foundation, where we're bringing the floor up, but you're still the ceiling. The human being is still in charge of what is the most that we can do. We're just trying to make that easier in some ways, and make it so that you can kind of perform the extraordinary things that I'm sure you do on a daily basis.
I love this question. So, one of the things that I learned when I was advocating for my mom and translating for her during her treatment is that the care that you receive is the care that you perceive. And, what I found a lot when we were talking to doctors is that sometimes you have the best doctors on paper, and they're seeing the most patients, and everyone's looking at them like, how do they work so much? They're usually the ones doing that at the cost of the perception of care that the patient is receiving. And I think one of the beautiful things that we've noticed when we deployed our solutions is we're actually able to humanize the care that these best doctors are providing their clinicians, because they're able to give them their undivided attention. If you take a picture of before we implement our product, this is what it looks like. Jason's the patient, I'm the doctor, and I'm looking at my computer and I'm talking to him like this. After, we turn the chair back to the patient, right? And I think that's a lot of the amazing feedback that we get from doctors is wow, I'm really able to give the undivided attention to my patient. In some time motion studies that we've done, what we've actually seen is that we're actually able to reduce the total time of the visit, but we're actually able to increase the total time that the doctor is talking to the patient in that visit. So we're able to shorten the time, but also receive more face time with the patient during that visit, because we're able to automate all the work that they would have otherwise would have had to look at the computer to do. So just a small example, but I love your question.
I think there's a question over here.
Hi, thank you. Matt, this is fantastic. I am a clinical trials coordinator. At least that's my background, and now I'm a supervisor in a cancer center. And so my question is, you talked a lot about providers and adoption with providers, but what about the other professionals that are involved with cancer care that are also overburdened by documentation?
Sebi would be a better person to answer this question, but you know, I think the core principles are consistent, right? Like you need products that work for people. Like right now, when I talk to research coordinators, when I look at their workflow, there's nothing that was built for them, right? Like they're going into the EHR, they're trying to do chart reviews, then they're like going to Excel and like logging adverse events, and then pulling up all the different EDCs and then putting all the data in. It's like there's no product that was actually built for them. And so what I think is like, you know, the thing that we believe is like, you need to build things that are fit for purpose, right? Like we've built something fit for purpose for the clinical workflow for our providers. We're starting to build things for the revenue cycle teams. I'm pretty sure, I haven't seen Sebi's product, but you know, I'm sure that's built specifically for, you know, people that are doing these clinical trials, right? But at the end of the day, I think, you know, the change management is the most important thing, right? Like the humble lesson that we learned at our company is that the best technology doesn't win, right? You need to have extremely thoughtful change management approaches, and the way that we've solved that is by doing the unscalable of sending people to these clinics at the elbow with the users of the product, and really kind of build that trust with the solution, and customize the model and take their feedback and be able to iterate it as quickly as you can. But
yeah, I mean, I completely agree, and I think, you know, there's potentially a delineation kind of in the process, you know, between Matt's work on scribing and then kind of almost everything else downstream, which is, you know, what Matt and the team at DeepScribe have done is obviously, you know, create a huge unlock for the provider, but then it's also created a huge increase for some of the work that we do when we think about trial matching and all the downstream use cases, because now we're getting better inputs. And so we've talked a lot today about how data in is what you're gonna get out. And so when we're getting cleaner data in from these notes, we're getting more information shared into the process. Those are things that we can then use downstream. And so when we think about what's happening downstream, I think, you know, we have surmised a lot of the next step processes, research coordinator work, you know, other, you know, provider staff work, into this idea that, you know, in some way, shape, or form, you're having to review charts. And, you know, that's a very manual, time-consuming, and inefficient process. And so we've really rooted the core of our problem solving around eliminating manual chart review by understanding as holistically as possible the longitudinal patient record. From there, we now have the capability, and this is where, you know, the problem really gets complex. We can understand the patient chart. Where the problem really gets complex is, can we put that understanding into the workflow of our end user? And as Matt rightly said, it has to be fit for purpose. It has to be understood by how things are being done today. I think, you know, in some of the conversations earlier, the last advent of technology, algorithms, predictive modeling, those are rigid. So there is no contextualization that you can add to an algorithm. The algorithm is the algorithm. The advent that you get from generative AI and the ability of some of these language models is to be able for it to learn and for it to be able to understand your specific end user workflows, as, you know, Matt described, and how physician preferences are done. The ability to, without having to completely change the foundations of your technology, be able to create that customization and to be able to create the insights of those workflows tailored to exactly what it is you're doing as a research coordinator, without having to kind of, every time you do that personalization or customization, start from scratch.
All right, so it's 11:27, so we may take one more question, and okay, from the back over there.
So that means I'm standing between the lunch and because I'll be succinct. I'm new to New Orleans, Patrick Ma. I'm a practicing medical oncologist, new to the city. Just joined LSU, thoracic medical oncologist. I draw lessons from the diagnostics, you know, clinical trials, therapeutics. There is a process when there is a regulatory process, when there's something that is applicable to patient care, clinical decision-making, treatment. So help me and us understand in the AI world how that atmosphere is evolving right now. when things are being applied to the workflow management decision making.
So if I, okay, FDA certification. Okay, so I guess we'll talk a little bit about, you thinking like FDA just the regulatory government level, or like developing own internal governance as well, or more just federal stuff? Okay, all right.
Overall, like federal regulations, medical legal.
Can we take a shot, Debbie? All right. I got some ideas. I'll let these guys go first. But.
I think Matt's got a little bit more birth to this than potentially ourselves and Tempus, but I think, the definition of software as a medical device and all of the things that are coming up with, truly like net new AI governance. It is net new. We are, got our notifications on for FDA announcements every single day to see if our product is, going to be good today, not good tomorrow. But I think, ultimately, at least at this point, I think a lot of the workflows we've talked about today, especially the ones in the context of assisting providers, whether that be a physician or a research coordinator or anyone else, I think we have been building, will continue to build, and hopefully, for many, many more years, we'll continue to build workflows with the context of assisting physicians to make decisions, not to make decisions in vacuums or independently. And so I think, it's my most hated phrase, but the human in the loop, I think it is real. And what we're trying to do is make the, ordinary, automated and provide time back to the extraordinary. I think it's an incredible way of putting it, which is, when we think about that is, can we provide the ordinary in a way that is, still within the workflow to where the extraordinary is being the decision-making when that information is being provided. That to me is the extraordinary. The human-to-human interaction is the extraordinary. So we have no interest, at least at our business, to automate that or take it away. What we're looking for is every iota of a step up into that, and all the effort that's put into getting to that decision point, to getting to be face-to-face with a patient. That is what we're looking to kind of augment and hopefully assist with. And then it's that extraordinary piece at the end that we hope to, leave up to interpretation and decisions from the information that's being provided.
All right, it is 11:30. We'll say thank you so much for the speakers. We'll last round of applause. Thank you so much for everybody here. Appreciate y'all's patience and listening to us talk for 2 hours in the dark. So hope you have a wonderful lunch and enjoy the rest of your time in New Orleans. Yes, we should.
Yes.
All right. This goes down. This goes down. All right. Perfect.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Thanks.
I don't pay very well for photography. Sorry.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks a
Thanks,
lot.
guys.
Appreciate you. Of course. Likewise.
I don't mean to pull you down to a rabbit hole, but I'm just coming up with inquiries that I know other teammates are probably like, okay, what are we talking about? Oh, thank you so much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Y'all take a minute and find your seat. I'm going to go ahead and open this session. Make sure you're in the right place. We're in the Thursday afternoon Track 2 session, which is Advocacy and Legislature, which is at the heart of what we do at CAGLA. I'm Dr. Laura Finn, and my co-chair is Dr. Melanie Sheen. I'm a benign hematologist, and Dr. Sheen is a breast oncologist. We're both from Ochsner MD Anderson. I've done ASH governmental work with lobbying for American Society of Hematology. Dr. Sheen has done work lobbying with the American Society of Clinical Oncology, so advocacy. And creating this track, which we had the inaugural track last year, and maintaining it has been really important to us. I'm also going to announce that you're going to see me walk out early because in healthcare work never stops, and I have to take a 4 o'clock meeting. So if you see me exit, it's nothing weird. I'm just doing work on the side while I'm here. So I'm going to chair the first half of the session, and Dr. Sheen the second half. All right. So opening our session today is going to be Blood Cancer United. If you aren't aware, this is previously known as our Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. It is, I want to call it an advocacy group that has supported patients, not just with leukemia and lymphoma, but more than 100 types of blood cancers through support of research, through patient needs, and also through their own advocacy. And we have speakers today to talk on a subject that's probably under-discussed. I guess it's sometimes one of those awkward things to talk about, and that is the financial toxicity that can affect all of us, both as providers and as patients in healthcare. Today we have Lauren Edwards and Jennifer Champagne from Blood Cancers United, and we're going to discuss how to protect patients from the harm of medical debt.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having us here, and thanks to Dr. Finn for that introduction. I'm Jennifer Champagne. I am the Grassroots Advocacy Director for Blood Cancer United, covering Louisiana. My role is to interface with our volunteer advocates, to mobilize them, to train them, and to help them share their experiences with lawmakers so that we can drive our policy priorities at Blood Cancer United. And I'll let Lauren introduce herself.
Thanks. I'm Lauren Edwards, Director of State Government Affairs at Blood Cancer United, covering a 10-state region with Jen, and really my job is more in the state houses, direct lobbying, and bringing our patient volunteers, our families, our advocates, and connecting those stories directly with lawmakers in partnership with Jen.
And thank you. So Dr. Finn did a really good job describing our organization. Blood Cancer United was founded over 75 years ago by the de Villiers family after they lost their child, their son, to leukemia. We were first known as the Leukemia Society, and they really focused on research. And since then, over those course of 75 years, we have grown and expanded to include in our mission patient support and then also advocacy. And like Dr. Finn said, you may know us as the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Last year we had a name change because we truly wanted to encompass all of the work that we did and give voice to the over 100 different types of blood cancer out there, and make sure that those patients knew that they had a home with us. So we're here to talk about medical debt, and we're here to talk, and of course, in doing that, we need to talk about the cost of cancer care, which you all are well aware is absolutely staggering. The average cost of treating leukemia in the first year is about $500,000, and I will say that stat is probably 3 to 4 years old, so it's easily higher than that now. We also know that after that first 2 years of a diagnosis, 42% of cancer patients exhaust their life savings. That's what that cost does to them. And we also know that because of the costs, even patients with insurance, 4 in 10 patients will delay getting care because those out-of-pocket costs are too high for them to bear. And so, we wanted to dive into this a little bit more and get a better understanding of those costs, of the impacts that they had, and the to our patients, to their quality of life, the quality of care that they had. So we partnered with two of our allies, the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network and Undo Medical Debt, in 2023 to survey adults across the U.S. In focus groups across the U.S. and in a national poll. And we really wanted to create that picture of their experiences and their attitudes around medical debt and these costs. And frankly, the findings were really grim and really sobering. Even before this survey, we knew that there were 100 million patients across the U.S. Dealing with medical debt. And after that survey, 7 in 10 said they received medical bills that they could not afford to pay. There are people who have made sacrifices in their daily lives that they're unable to sustain that treatment. They self-treated they delayed or skipped care. They changed the foods that they ate. They changed the bills that they paid, delayed paying bills. And of course, 70% of those people say they received a bill that they could not afford to pay. So it's no wonder then that 48% of the people reported being trapped by their medical debt, and almost a quarter said that their medical debt ruined their lives. And these are some quotes from people from that survey directly from them of the impacts that they have faced. They owed money to a clinic that they weren't able to pay. And since this time, we've continued to talk to patients, our patients in various formats across the country, about the impacts that they have felt. I've talked to patients who are on Medicare, who have multiple issues, multiple medical issues that are rationing their care. They'll decide month to month which provider they'll see because they could only afford to go to one provider that month. They will cut pills in half in order to extend, their prescriptions. They will. We've talked to patients who have had to ask loved ones to help them cover their mortgage because they can't afford it that month. And there's a patient that I've dealt with who, she was a college professor. She did everything right in her life. She depleted her life savings and was living in what she described as a shed in her friend's backyard because that was her only option for a time. So the impacts to these people are just devastating. And then, we know, this is from some data from KFF, we know that medical debt hits hardest in different places around the country, and Louisiana is definitely one of those states that is impacted the most. And I think one of the most interesting things out of our survey, did I go too far? There we go. That 84% of the people surveyed said that it was the responsibility of government to come up with a solution on the affordability crisis in care. And I will add that this cut across party lines. It was very bipartisan. You never see that level of agreement on something, so it's really interesting. And so, what are those options? I'm going to turn it over to Lauren so that she can talk about the policies that could be implemented to make some progress in this issue.
Thanks. And so, as Jen said, in that survey, we saw a lot of really grim realities for patients living with medical debt. But the bright spot was, as Jen mentioned, there is bipartisan intention to move forward policies that directly address not only the cost of medical care in general, but also some of the most extreme impacts that patients live with for years after their treatment may conclude. And so at our organization and with partners sort of across the patient advocacy continuum, came up with some policy solutions that really fall into two categories. We want to prevent patients from ever accumulating medical debt in the first place. And that has really been a lot of the bread and butter of our advocacy organizations for a long time. This is advocacy work that is familiar to us. But then really in the past 5 or so years, protecting people that already have medical debt now from some of the worst financial outcomes and some of the worst impacts that may follow them for a long time after they complete their medical treatment that really have severe impacts on their day-to-day financial stability. And, we'll talk about upcoming legislation at the state level, which is really exciting, being led by our partners at the American Cancer Society. But just know, this legislation is bipartisan with lawmakers, it's popular with voters, and has really seen momentum across the country. In my experience, more momentum in a bipartisan way than so many other policy efforts that our organizations typically take part of. It's really encouraging to see the bipartisan efforts with lawmakers across the country in all corners of the United States. So these are sort of the two buckets that I was talking about. We'll start sort of on the right-hand side of the screen or of the slide. And these are policies that prevent someone from accumulating that medical debt. As I said, these are policies that we've been working on for a very long time, making sure that we expand Medicaid, making sure that patients have access to high-quality health insurance that shields them from really high copays or really high coinsurance, making sure that patients have access to financial assistance programs and policies at hospitals, that they are offered payment plans that they can afford rather than trying to pay a whole bill right up front. So that's sort of the one bucket of preventing medical debt in the future. This sort of newer area is protecting patients that already have medical debt. And that's where the legislation in Louisiana will focus. And these prohibit some of those extraordinary collections practices, not the typical calling you to try to collect on an unpaid bill, but some of those extreme methods that can, as I said, really hurt someone's financial stability. And those include limiting interest rates and late fees, limiting how and when bills are sent to a collection agency, making sure that we exhaust all other options before sending it to a third-party debt collector. And if that bill does make it to a debt collector, putting some guardrails on some of those extreme collections practices, like placing a lien on someone's home or foreclosing on their property, garnishing their wages. And then finally, to prohibit that unpaid medical bill from going on someone's credit report. When medical bills or when really anything hits your credit report, it can take 7 years to fall off. So even if someone has paid off that medical bill, that negative impact could last for a long time and could limit someone from buying their first house, from buying a dishwasher, from getting a car, could follow them for a really, really long time, even after paying off a bill. So I want to invite Alice up from the American Cancer Society to talk about really exciting new legislation in Louisiana in 2026 to address some of these really extraordinary collection practices and how do we protect patients in Louisiana.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Alice Klein, and I am the Louisiana Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society. So our legislative session just started on March 9th, and in the few months leading up to that, I've been working really closely with Blood Cancers United to figure out how we could bring a policy to help mitigate medical debt in Louisiana. So currently, Louisiana doesn't have any protections specific to medical debt in state statute. So we figured bringing a bill that kind of some of the more low-hanging fruit policies, like a policy to just protect the most vulnerable patients from some of the most egregious debt collections actions was a good place to really start and kind of educate lawmakers on the issue, and then hopefully build on what we're able to accomplish this year in future years. So this bill, it's actually going to be a late filed bill. It doesn't have a bill number yet, but we're expecting it to post on the state legislative website sometime between now and March 30th. That's the last day that bills can be filed. But this bill would limit the interest rate that can be collected on medical debt. It would also prohibit liens or foreclosures on a patient's primary residence or primary vehicle for medical debt. And then it would protect patients who make at or below 400% of the federal poverty level from having their wages or bank accounts garnished for medical debt. So like Lauren was explaining, this is really just kind of mitigating the impact of medical debt for people who have already incurred it. It will not really prevent them from incurring future debt, but that's kind of something we might want to have a conversation about a little later after lawmakers have had a little more education on the issue. But I also was going to open it up to see if any of y'all had questions about the specific bill or anything about the state legislative process in Louisiana, and I can see if I can answer that as well. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Who offered to carry that?
We're working with Senator Talbot, he's from like Kenner area.
Does it apply to all Louisiana residents, or is it payer-based by who they're insured?
So this would apply to everyone. I think the only limit would be that garnishment piece, so that would only protect people who have an income at or below 400% of federal poverty level, as the bill is written right now, but the other provisions would protect anybody. Go ahead.
Since it's sponsored by American Cancer Society, is this focusing mainly on cancer care debt, or?
So no, this would be any kind of debt. Obviously, one reason that medical debt has become such a big issue for our organizations is because medical debt is such a big issue specifically for cancer patients, because the cost of cancer treatment is so expensive, and then it also comes with so many other costs like transportation and travel costs and all of that. But we wanted to make sure that this bill does not just specifically carve out cancer patients, just because medical debt still is an issue for all sorts of, other diseases and other health problems.
And if I can just add to that, our organizations work closely on so many different issues, and especially on this legislation in Louisiana, but in also other states. But everywhere, I think I can speak for both of our organizations that we worked on this kind of bill. We're working in coalition with dozens of other organizations, with sickle cell organizations, and with JDRF or diabetes associations. Or it really is not exclusive to just cancer patients. Patients sort of anytime someone needs ongoing care or expensive care has sort of found a home in advocating for this legislation, and it's been a pleasure to work with advocacy organizations like ours, but for other disease-specific groups as well.
Go ahead.
Are there parameters within this bill that identify, and you're saying a lot of different cancers are everybody, but there are people who incur medical debt for non-chronic illnesses or non-illness, like elective surgeries? Do you think the legislature's going to look at this and say, we need to have some borders on this, where it's for illnesses, medical debt related to, specifically for that, and not perhaps non-medical or non-illness type of medical debt, say cosmetic?
Yeah, so the bill as drafted has a stipulation that these protections only apply to medically necessary care and services. Go ahead.
You mentioned that you have bipartisan support in the legislature. Do you anticipate any opposition from any?
We are anticipating some opposition. Most of these policies, from our research, kind of told us that it would be more opposition from the debt collectors specifically, because from what we've gathered, we don't have a ton of data, but from what we've gathered, most of the large hospital systems in Louisiana are not engaging in these types of extraordinary collections actions against patients. I do think it's happening maybe on a smaller, like anecdotal scale, but it's typically when a hospital has kind of given up on collecting a debt, and they will sell their debt to a debt collector, and then sometimes the debt collectors engage in these types of more extraordinary collections actions. So that is, I think, with bills in other states that have looked similar to this, that is where they've seen most of the opposition come from.
Speaking of other states, are there
Yes. So the National Consumer Law Center actually has a model policy on medical debt, and it has, I don't know, maybe like 30 best practice provisions. No state has passed that model, but several states have kind of passed pieces of that. I think the states with the most extensive medical debt protections are Maine, California, Arizona, and then Minnesota also has a lot, but there are some other southern or red states that have passed some protections, like Florida, North Carolina, Texas, and Oklahoma all have laws that are specific to protecting patients from medical debt. Go ahead.
The way the bill identifies medical debt, does it, it's covering medical necessary care, is that both inpatient acquired and outpatient acquired?
I don't remember off the top of my head exactly how we defined medically necessary. I'm going to need to pull that up, but I think we pulled it from another state, maybe Florida. Do you remember?
It should cover any medically necessary care, whether it's inpatient, outpatient, sort of regardless of where that debt comes from, as long as it's attributed to a medically necessary
Procedure or service, I guess.
encounter.
Yeah.
And typically, I would have to go back and read exactly how we defined it in the bill, but typically it's a pretty broad definition of medical necessity, and sort of one of the things that we had run into in other states was, well, a nose job isn't medically necessary, but facial reconstruction after a car accident might be, and so we intentionally left it relatively broad so that it could flex to fit individual circumstances.
Go ahead.
I have a question. So who determines, so is there some type of communications that have to take place to determine the medical necessity? Like, who would that be negotiated with?
Typically, it's how it's billed by the hospital.
Yeah. Y'all had good questions.
Yeah, it's great questions.
Anything you want to add? Thank you. All right, thank you all so much.
No, thanks for being our guest speaker. Yeah, and so, all of that being said, it takes a lot of work to get legislation passed. I'm sure, as you all know, being involved with this organization, it takes all of us working together to move legislation forward. And so Jen's going to talk about a few ways that you can get involved and sort of bring other folks within your network into our fold to get this across the finish line.
Yeah, as Lauren said, we have tens of thousands of Blood Cancer United advocates across the country that raise their voices, share their experiences in reaching out to lawmakers. They focus on influencing policies, on accelerating research, and ensuring access to care. And we really have an opportunity for everybody to be engaged, whether that's someone who has limited time or energy, they can join us by sending emails and making calls from their home. For providers and physicians, we often call on them to provide expert testimony to be able to explain a very technical issue to lawmakers and educate them. And then we have those groups of individuals who join us in Baton Rouge and join us in Washington, D.C. To really represent the entire blood cancer community to their lawmakers. So in whatever way that might work for you or the people that you work with and influence, we welcome them to our table. You can sign up to be an advocate at the website you see here, and you'll receive emails with information about the policies that we're working on and occasional calls to action when we are trying to move policy. You can join our mobile action team, which is speak to 73727, and you'll receive a very occasional text to do the same thing. And you can also follow us on social media. We're on, we have an advocacy page on both X and on Facebook, and really helping us amplify those social media messages is a really great way to to highlight our issues, to gain attention, not just of lawmakers, of the general public, which in turn garners the support of lawmakers. So we welcome you to our table in whatever way you see fit. And if you have any questions for us, feel free to find us. We're around the rest of the day. Thank you.
All right, we're off to a great start. So our second speakers of this session are from our American Cancer Society. So between Blood Cancer United and American Cancer Society, we have 75 and about 110 years of patient support and advocacy experience. So today for American Cancer Society, we have Jasmine Watts and Alice Klein here, and they're going to be speaking on Voices of Black Women as in regards to a groundbreaking study led by the American Cancer Society to understand and improve the health of Black women across the United States. And they're here to report on this research so we can learn more about this experience.
Hi, everyone. So it's actually a flip. I'm coming over.
If you need a...
Yeah, no,
You got it? Okay.
So this is Holly, Dr. Holly Porter. She'll be sharing her experience as well because she's a Voices of Black Women cancer advocate. And Alice, she just stepped into their presentation, so she removed herself from us. But that's okay. We're all together. We're all in this together. I did bring some of our resources, like outreach resources. I have a business card. So feel free after this session, you can grab some pieces of things and, whatever, take a look. So I am Jasmine Watts. I'm the Associate Director of Community Partnerships here at the American Cancer Society in the Louisiana area market. And then I'll let Holly introduce herself, and then we'll move from in front of the slide. So
I'm Holly Porter. I'm a volunteer with the American Cancer Society. I'm a molecular biologist. I'm excited about this.
do I just hit next? Oh. That's okay. You did what you needed to.
There we go.
All right, so the last presentation really was a great segue into where we're going now. So Holly and I will let you know all the things that are going on with Voices of Black Women at the American Cancer Society, how we advocate for African American women in these sessions, and then also the next level that they're taking this to. So I'll just start with a personal caveat. So I, Jasmine Watts, as the patient, started a journey with blood cancer probably like 4 years ago now. And so my experience, even though I work at the American Cancer Society, been there for 6.5 years, I never understood, like I would hear the stories, but you don't understand until you get in those rooms and then you feel the story, right? So I had a mass that I had been seeing for a while that I had noticed probably since before the pandemic, and I just was like, oh, it's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. But it was hanging right here in my face. And so I go to an appointment with my ENT, and she was phenomenal. She says, I don't even know you, haven't met you, haven't seen anything, but that thing right there is coming out. And I'm like, wait, what? I'm turning 30 this year, like I'm going on vacation, I have all this stuff planned. She said, listen, we're gonna do it, take the vacation, we'll do it right after vacation. Soon as she does it, my chart informed me that the notes came back and it read, well, it reads in all this cancer jargon, but I understand that, right? So I'm like, oh my gosh, I have cancer. This is 6 o'clock in the morning. I had to go the whole day before I have a visit with her. So when I get to the office, well, before I got to the office, she and her office called me a couple times because I think that they noticed what had happened. It wasn't their fault, right? But to a patient, that can seem so harsh, so hard. You have to like live out that day knowing what you have to face in a little while. So when I got there, she brought me to the back and she was like, Jasmine, I'm so sorry. Nobody should have to hear this from an app. And so, we talked about it and she fast-tracked it, and then I went and met with an oncologist the exact same day. This oncologist was so rude to me. She asked me well, so what's your diagnosis? And I'm like, you didn't see it in my chart? Like, you know, even the nurse understood what was going on. And so it was very hard to understand. And at first, the human part of me wanted to like go off and cry and, you know, all these things. But I was like, get it together, get it together. So she left out the room. When she came back, I said, I work for the American Cancer Society. Like, you know, now I'm flexing my muscles. And this is what I need. I need to know what's going on and what kind of aggressiveness this cancer has or what steps I need to take. And so she paused for a second because she didn't expect me to say that or do that. Because the first couple of questions that came in was, what level of education do you have? And, you know, a lot of other things. And I knew that this stuff went on, but not had the experience. And so when that's fed to you directly, then you have a different impact. So I'll say that that forever changed my life. I met a phenomenal oncologist after that, after flexing my muscle and meeting different people at the MD Anderson clinic? Okay, hospital. So yes, and she is great, and she does everything I need and then some. She listens to me. If I say I don't want to do this, we don't have to do that, Jasmine. What do you think you need? You know, it's all these different things. So I say all that to say, going in and having an experience like that made me want to drive this out even more and then get to see on the other side what this is about. So at the American Cancer Society, we have several different patient pathways. Prevention and early detection, diagnosis, barriers to care, care planning, treatment and support, patient navigation, clinical trials, which this is what Voices of Black Women is a part of, smoking cessation wellness, caregiver support, and survivorship. And the next, I'll let you hear this video that we have. Open.
I knew I couldn't fight cancer by myself. I told my community, I need your help to help me fight this.
We know for too long, Black women have suffered disproportionately from kidney diagnosed at late stages, and with very few exceptions are more likely to die of cancer than any other race or ethnic group.
We know our bodies better than anybody. If something doesn't feel right, we have to push the doctor to do something.
Oftentimes, we have people in the medical profession where you're just a number. That's why it's so important that you have someone that will advocate for you.
Voices of Black Women is really to dig into that lived experience of Black women. What are they going through on their day-to-day? How are they interacting with the medical care system? And really trying to understand contexts that we've not really been able to fully explore. And that way we can better inform future interventions to lower those rates and risk. And by really being able to have a large number of women, like 100,000 Black women, we can better assess and determine what the unique factors are that are driving these different experiences.
You're between the ages of 25 and 55, and have never been diagnosed with cancer, you're eligible to enroll. Thankfully, we have always put data protection and the protection of our study participants at the forefront. Anything that can identify you is actually stripped from all of the other information.
When you get data, then you have the scientists who can say, this is what I'm seeing, this matters, this is where the money goes. And when you get the money and the dollars, this is how you get the treatments, this is how you get the things that prevent these diseases from occurring in the first place. When I really started getting deep into what this study was, I was just really impressed by the fact this is audacious. This is bold. I just wanted to be a part of something that I knew would have a long-lasting impact as a Black woman myself who hasn't necessarily had any experiences with cancer personally, but I've had people close to me, loved ones who have had people close to them who have been impacted as well. And then I think the final thing for me was the fact that the leadership is Black. So if they're going to do this study, and we are leading the study, then we have to show up.
I look at this whole process as community, as us pulling the community together.
It's a very small commitment, and the return on investment is so great.
I think about what that means for these little girls that we see playing in our communities, what that's going to look like for them in a generation or two. I think about my co-principal investigator, who is a Black woman, and I hear their stories. We have the ability to impact that right now. This is something that is our moral imperative to do.
My hope is that someone hears it and is touched and is impacted in some way, and not only do they decide for themselves that, you know, they want to sign up, they want to participate, but they also bring others along with them, and that's something that I plan to do personally.
Voice is a game changer. Research, knowledge is power. And it's our legacy. We got somebody right now. The Cancer Society is doing it for us. If we don't get it, then nobody else is going to get it.
My first goal is that Black women feel seen. They feel seen, and they feel heard, and they feel loved. Black women do have barriers, but they are overcoming them. And we can just sort of reestablish the landscape of Black women and how we have participated in the health of ourselves and in our communities. This research can't be done without the 100,000 voices that are going to join us.
Okay, now Holly share.
So I'll start by saying that speaking in front of large groups of people is not my favorite thing to do, but I am passionate about voices, and so that's why I choose to share. I just wanted to, I guess, tell you a little bit about how I first really learned about the American Cancer Society and also why I chose to be a participant in this study. My mother is a 24-year breast cancer survivor, and it was in the early 2000s, the year after my mother was diagnosed, when I first learned about a Making Strides Against Breast Cancer event, which is one of the American Cancer Society events that's done throughout the country. That's where my journey with the American Cancer Society began. About 5 years after that, I decided that I wanted to get more involved and volunteer with the organization in a bigger way, and pretty much since then, I've been volunteering in one role or another. When my mother was first diagnosed, this was a scary time for both of us. She was a single parent, and of course, as a mom, one of her biggest concerns was what would happen to me if something happened to her. She was my go-to person. She was one of my main supporters, and so she was the person who held things up for us. So as you can imagine, her diagnosis tore us apart emotionally. Because of that experience, I understand how important it is for cancer patients, thrivers, previvors, survivors, and caregivers to have a network and also to have resources. It's important for patients to have services such as rides to treatments and places to stay when they have to go to doctor's appointments that's far away from where they live. And the American Cancer Society is an organization that works to improve the lives of cancer patients and their families by offering this type of assistance, in addition to funding research, which is very important. So when I learned about the Voices of Black Women study in 2024, and I was asked to be an ambassador, of course I looked into the details and goals of the study, but for me it was easy to respond with a yes. The ambassador role allows me to interact with people in the community, to share information about the study, and also to share my why. Not only did I say yes to being an ambassador, I decided to be a study participant as well because I understood the potential impact. Because Black women have not historically participated in these types of studies, it's possible that the detection methods and treatments may not always be as effective for us. As a molecular biologist, I know that not all cancers present the same, especially at the molecular level. Understanding the causes of cancer, cancer progression, resistance to treatment, and recurrence is necessary for being able to develop appropriate detection methods and treatments. As a Black woman, it feels good to know that the American Cancer Society cares about what I have to say. Because I've worked with the organization for so long, I know that it's an organization that I can trust. And furthermore, the American Cancer Society has led other population studies in the past that's provided information that has influenced policy. So it was a no-brainer for me as a scientist and a Black woman to join this study. The amount of time that it takes to register and do the initial and follow-up surveys is very little, in my opinion, compared to the possible future generational impact of this study. So I implore you to think about the information that was and will be presented today, to share the information, and to consider being a participant, if eligible, in this study, which is aiming to improve the lives of Black women through better understanding. For me, being able to share my voice is powerful. I can't expect someone to know about my biology and my lived experiences if I'm not a part of the equation. We should tell our story. The impact of this study not only affects women, but all of the lives that women touch. There are lots of people who are affected when just one woman is diagnosed with cancer or another major illness. So let's be a part of progress. Thank you.
And so stories, ambassadors, mentors who are out here in the community sharing what American Cancer Society does, clinicians and physicians doing the work, it's imperative to make sure that we are letting people know what is going on, what work is being done. And so our vision, of course, at the American Cancer Society is to end cancer as we know it for everyone. And of course, through our mission to help improve the lives of those people who have cancer and their families, and through advocacy, research, and patient support to ensure everyone has an opportunity to prevent, detect, treat, and survive cancer. So at the American Cancer Society, we have a three-pronged approach to improving the lives of cancer patients, and so it's all listed out here with our discovery pillar, the advocacy, and patient support pillars. So a lot of work that we do is about, of course, fundraising and goals that we are trying to deliver to ensure that the patient's needs are met. Conduct some of the world's largest population studies, so we have those volunteer participants with that. We do advocacy, as Alice already said, in all 50 states. And then the patient supports 111 million plus lives touched per year. And that's growing as we see day to day, from direct patient support to prevention screenings, lodging, transportation, navigation, survivorship, and education. And the Voices of Black Women really helps to drive that as well by collecting that data and being able to share it out. So the leading research for decades, there were cancer prevention studies that we've hosted at the American Cancer Society from the beginning of 1952 to 1955. And then some people in the room may know about the CPS studies because we ran those in 3 separate cohorts. And then now we're on to the Voices of Black Women study. And so with this study, this is a study that we are trying to make sure we get those 100,000 participants within the first couple of years. So it began in 2024 to a small group of states, and now it's open in all 50 states as well. So ACS has been leading population cohort research for over 70 years, and over 2.5 million people have participated in these population cohort studies. So, of course, leading research for decades, there were landmark contributions in understanding smoking and cancer, including the risk estimates for every Surgeon General's report on tobacco and health since the first in 1964. Significant contributions to air pollution and health, leading to changes in EPA regulations, advancing understanding of the role of postmenopausal hormone use and gynecologic cancers in women, significant contributions to understanding body weight, physical activity and sedentary time impact cancer risk. So identifying or validating every known common genetic variant for breast, prostate, and pancreatic cancers, and then also the landmark study on weight loss and breast cancer. So there's a lot of different prevention studies that ACS plays a part in. Advocacy do a lot of work within that. So as you all know, getting rid of the smoking ordinances, the tobacco ordinances inside public places like the casinos and different things like that, these studies have helped get us to that level. So making decisions that changes lives. So category description, what we invest in, ACS to staff, volunteers, and funding, tools, partnerships, and evidence-based models. So on a day-to-day basis, what we do at the American Cancer Society, especially in the community partnership area, we do practice evidence-based interventions with community health systems, with community hospitals, and with private hospitals as well. And then what we offer is our cancer screening initiatives and support, of course, the transportation and lodging that I talked about before, patient navigation, and clinical trial support. Also a community-based center care and one-to-one support. And we deliver thousands of lives touched through these services on a day-to-day basis. And how do we change and what do we change? More patients have access to these services, higher patient compliance and early detection, fewer missed appointments and gaps in care. And then what we sustain is reduced suffering and improved outcomes, empower patients and caregivers, as well as scalable donor-supported programs. So our 2026 cancer facts and figures have been presented already. So you'll be able to scan this QR code and it'll take you to that list. So of course, in the United States, 44% of the estimated 626,000 cancer deaths in 2026 can potentially be prevented. So these facts and figures come from a number of different things, and you'll be able to like see everything through there. And I'll leave it up for a second for people to scan the QR code. It's a great report, by the way. See a few more cameras up. Okay. Got it? Okay. All right. And so this is some facts pulled out from 2024 with black and white women disparities in cancer, well, male and female, I'm sorry, cancer incidence and mortality. So you can see within these how the difference in the variance of it. So if you look at the first blue marker at the top for the incidence from 2016 to 2020, the 449.3 in white women versus 409.9 in black women. And then if you go down, you'll be able to, that's all sites. But if you start going down into a lot of the different things, you'll start to see how it differs. So like colon and rectum is a little bit higher in black women over white women. And then like you go down uterine cervix, it's a little bit higher in black women over white women. And it's gonna differ in a lot of different parts. And that's the thing about the Voices of Black Women. So kind of with the blood of society, am I saying it right? I'm so sorry. Leukemia, it used to be leukemia lymphoma, I'm so sorry. Blood Cancers United, there we go. So what they talked about earlier, so you know, people do receive these diagnoses, but it's a matter if you can afford it. Do you have the lifestyle that can take care of it? Do you have a reserve of funds, or you know, maybe you're a single parent, have to take care of a whole household? So organizations like us, we help to bridge those gaps. So health disparities among Black Americans, the overall life expectancy is lower for Black versus white individuals. For women, 77.9 versus 81 years old, and then for men, 71.5 versus 76.1. And in 2016, death rate in the US was higher for Black than white individuals for most chronic conditions. So we also have to look at that too, right? These chronic conditions coupled with the cancer diagnosis or incidence, that really adds to it, right? Because there are a lot of other barriers that come in within that. So a large scale cohort of Black Americans would have substantial value of this beyond cancer, right? Collectively, Black individuals have the highest death rate and shortest survival of any racial ethnic group in the US from most cancers. So engaging Black women in research is key to improving Black women's health. Black women are less likely to participate in clinical trials, what Dr. Porter already talked about, have access to the latest screening and technology, and then receive a local stage diagnosis. Many of those reasons can go into a lot of underlying factors that are within the social determinants of health as we know it, and then other barriers that come in as well. So including Black women in this research has been a crucial step, and then the Voices of Black Women will be the largest ever population cohort study aiming to better understand cancer risk and cancer outcomes among Black women. So I just jumped ahead. Social determinants of health, here we are. So these play key factors in our drive these disparities. So, you know, why does the U.S. Cancer health disparities exist? One, environmental factors. And us in Louisiana, we know a lot about environmental factors, right? Behavioral factors, that's another thing. And that also plays a part in, you know, it has tobacco use and diet and excess body weight, but it also plays a part in what we do on a regular basis for our jobs, you know, these different arenas that we may work in, career, trades, you know, you notice a lot of different things in different career paths. The social factors, so education, income, employment, health literacy. And then clinical factors, access to health care, quality of health care. So as I explained my story to you earlier, if I feel like if it wasn't for me working with the American Cancer Society already, I would not have had that advantage of some of my counterparts or someone else. People call me all the time and, share their experiences. I went to, a conference in, I think she was an MA, but she was sharing an experience of one of her friends went to this same doctor and they didn't receive the same treatment. And so her friend was Asian and she's Black. And so she was like, this person just basically tried to tell me, oh, I'm just coming here to get pain medication versus trying to hear what was going on with me. So we see a lot of different things like that. So then you have your cultural factors and cultural beliefs, and then psychological factors. Stress and mental health play a big part, and we're seeing an uptick in that part as well. And then you have biological and genetic factors as well. So understanding which combination of factors contribute to which disparities will facilitate our understanding of how to eliminate them, meeting the people where they are. And this is where this model comes in, looking at all these different pieces of the pie to try and help those individuals around us. So the path to engaging 100,000 voices of Black women is, this is an older slide, so it opened for those orange states back in 2024, but now it's open to everybody. So they're recruiting women ages 25 to 55 and can have no cancer history and reside anywhere else, anywhere in the U.S. now. But the reason why they're looking at this no cancer history because they want to see how it affects those people around them. So this survey is 5 minutes. The informed consent takes about 20 minutes. Registration for the survey is about 10 to 15 minutes. Life and health history of the survey is about 60 to 90, and then there's a 2-year follow-up. I have not taken the survey myself because I cannot participate, but I have watched others take the survey, and it doesn't quite take as long. Holly, what would you say?
So there are a lot of questions, but you don't have to answer all of them. It depends on your comfort level. If you answer all of them, it could take you an hour, hour and a half, but you can stop and start along the way and pick it up as you have time.
Yes, you can log in and log out as needed. So the content on the Life and Health History Survey covers standard content in health studies, so demographics, insurance, healthcare, cancer screening, medical conditions and medications, vitamins and supplements, family history, reproductive health, and occupation. And a lot of people look at it and they go, why are they asking me, do I relax my hair? But that plays a part into those environmental factors or, products that you might be using on yourself that's contributing to those things. And then like behavior and lifestyle information. So your alcohol and tobacco use, the diet and diet environment, physical activity and built environments, sleep and fatigue, personal care product use, as well as some new components they have. Mental health, which I think everybody in this room can attest that that is necessary. Quality of life, the stressors, social support, education, racism, and discrimination. So how can you get involved? If you're eligible, please join in the discussion. Share information with colleagues, patients, and anyone in your families. Discuss engagement opportunities with our team at ACS, myself, Holly, or Alice. Become a Voices Ambassador. And you don't have to be a Black woman to be a Voices Ambassador. And then learn more about Voices of Black Women as well at voices.cancer.org. And thank you for helping us end cancer as we know it for everyone. And then I have 3 more resource slides. So we also have some additional resources at the American Cancer Society, the CAR T cell therapy treatment resources. This is really, really good. If you have, you need a good visual or patient education flyers or different resources for caregivers and everything, these are some really, really good tools. All right. And then we have a patient navigation credentialing program called ACS Lion, which is a really great opportunity. There's an informational flyer and you can register for this, but the program is now available and it's free. And then it has live proctoring is no longer required, so you watch some videos and it does an assessment. And then there's a Spanish language option that is soon coming, as well as some other languages. And then the last slide is after a cancer diagnosis, patient education. So these are some really good tools as well. So it has these, quick reads for patient one-pagers that share information, what to expect before, during, and after their treatment, as well as it can connect them to our 1-800 number where they can call and have access to resources, which we do on a very rotating basis. There was something that was going on for food and nutrition resources that happened earlier in the year. They were giving patients assistance there. So we are always doing different things like that, and I think that's my time. Any questions?
Actually, can I
Yes, sorry, come right here. Come right.
One, I wanted to add that while the participants in the studies cannot have cancer, that excludes basal and squamous skin cancer. So you can have that and be a participant. I also wanted to clarify that when we say a black woman, that could be biological, but that could also be someone who's not biologically born female, but who identifies as a woman. And the other thing I was going to say is that as far as the research the ACS funds, if you're interested, they have all of that information with abstracts on the ACS website.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine and Dr. Porter. That was great. Okay, so next up we have Nick Telesco from ASCO, American Society of Clinical Oncology. He supports state-level policy initiatives aimed at improving access to high-quality, equitable cancer care. And in his role, he works closely with oncology professionals, state affiliates, and policymakers to advance legislation on issues such as prior authorization, Medicaid access, copay accumulator reform, and other policies that impact cancer patients and oncology practices. So welcome, Nick. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am the anonymous ASCO representative listed on the agenda. My name is Nick Telesco, State Advocacy Specialist at ASCO. I will be given an update on ASCO's advocacy efforts so far in 2026 at the federal and state level, as well as an update on our grassroots activities. And thank you, Dr. Sheen and Dr. Finn, for having me here. This is actually my first time in New Orleans, so super excited to be here and happy to get out of DC for a few days. Even though my focus is state advocacy, I can provide an overview of the political climate at the federal level and ASCO's priorities this Congress. Republicans currently control the Senate with a majority of 53 to 47, while Republicans have also maintained a narrow majority in the House, 218 to 213. Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana was reelected as Speaker of the House, and he has been dealing with 3 vacant seats as of February. This slim majority makes passing legislation very difficult and complicated for Speaker Johnson. Congress also has a limited time to legislate this year before they leave DC to go campaign ahead of the midterms. We anticipate very little legislating this year, which, if you've been paying attention to the national news, is probably not a surprise. But there are just very few legislative days this year and extra in-district work periods. That being said, after a few government shutdowns, Congress finally passed a FY26 funding budget, and that includes $47.2 billion in funding for the NIH, $7.4 billion in funding for the NCI, and $1.5 billion in funding for ARPA-H. This funding package also included a 2-year extension of Medicare telehealth flexibilities, in addition to other provisions ASCO was supportive of. ASCO tracks a long list of issues and monitors a lot of bills at the federal level. However, we have to prioritize limited resources to the areas we think can have the greatest impact. These are the policy areas prioritized for action in 2026. Setting these priorities is a combination of not only the issue itself, but the potential political opportunity to get something done. Congress is just now beginning the appropriations process for FY27 funding. ASCO is working with coalition partners to advocate for robust funding for cancer research. ASCO continues to advocate for the Connect for Health Act, which would permanently extend Medicare telehealth flexibilities, and is also advocating for the Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act, which would streamline prior authorization processes in Medicare Advantage. Both bills do have broad bipartisan support this Congress too. Additionally, ASCO is working with coalition partners and congressional staff to enact a comprehensive solution to address drug shortages as well as Medicare physician payment reform. Our priorities at the regulatory level do mirror our priorities both on the Hill and in the states. For prior authorization, some provisions in the electronic prior authorization rule began to take effect earlier this year. These requirements, though, will only apply to Medicare Advantage, Medicaid, and ACA plans. Effective the beginning of this year on Jan 1, insurers will have to comply with new timeline requirements, including 72 hours for expedited requests or 7 days for standard requests. Insurers must also give a specific reason for denial and report certain prior authorization statistics, including approvals, denials, appeals, and timeframes, and that also must be publicly listed on their website. Except for ACA plans, they do not have to comply with that requirement. The actual electronic prior auth process will go into effect on Jan 1 of 2027. These requirements will only apply to services. However, there is a new regulation under review at OMB, and we anticipate that will address drugs and electronic prior auth. Moving on to Medicare payment, under H.R. 1, Congress gave the CF a 2.5% increase, but only for this year. Even with this bump, though, the CF is still roughly $3 less now than what it was back in 2020. Additionally, the 2026 Medicare Physician Fee Schedule final rule created significant disparities in reimbursement based on where an oncologist provides a service. On average, office-based clinicians will see a 9% increase, while those in hospital-owned practices face an 8% decrease in 2026. And lastly, our last priority at the regulatory level is working on the implementation of Medicaid work requirements at the federal level. Beginning Jan 1, 2027, Medicaid expansion states will have to implement work requirements for Medicaid beneficiaries. Those who are either medically frail or who have a complex medical condition are exempt from these requirements. Our focus at the regulatory level is working with CMS to ensure cancer patients fall into either one of these categories so they don't have to comply with the work requirements. Additionally, CMS is required to release an interim final rule in June of this year. ASCO has been meeting with CMS staff and leadership and has been submitting comment letters with our recommendations specifically regarding cancer patients and providers ahead of the June deadline. Moving on to one of my favorite topics, state advocacy. This year, 46 states and DC are in session. Over a dozen states have already adjourned for the year, and by the end of June, only a handful of states will remain in. Louisiana's session, your guys' session began earlier this month, and you're set to adjourn at the end of June like most other states. For partisan control of state governments, it has stayed roughly the same since November elections in New Jersey and Virginia. Republicans currently control 23 state governments, Democrats control 16, and 11 states have divided governments. Several states are also grappling with really significant budget deficits. Some have deficits into the billions of dollars this year. And because of that, it really poses a challenge to getting any bill with a fiscal note passed because states have to have a balanced budget, much unlike the federal government. And it's also important to note that 2026 is an election year in most states. About 6,000 of the roughly 7,300 state legislative seats are up for election this year, in addition to 39 governorships. State activity is typically lower in these election-type years, so members can go out and campaign in their districts. But I will note, Louisiana, you guys are one of the 7 states that don't have elections this year. On the screen are our state advocacy priorities for this year, which do closely resemble our priorities from 2025. Although our biggest focus is going to be on protecting access to Medicaid as states begin implementation of H.R. 1. We developed these priorities based on discussions with state societies, coalition partners, and ASTO members. When I made this presentation at the end of February, we were already tracking over 500 bills across the country and had sent 50 letters to state policymakers. Now that we're in mid-March, we're almost at 100 letters to state policymakers, and by the end of June, I'm afraid to know what that number will be. We have heard from multiple state affiliates and coalition partners that, again, a lot of states are grappling with really significant budget deficits because federal funds are drying up and states now have to implement H.R. 1 and all of the cuts that come along with it. In terms of Medicaid, our primary focus this year is ensuring patients with cancer are exempted from the 80-hour-a-month work requirement under H.R. 1. Although we also remain very concerned and anticipate states are going to cut Medicaid provider reimbursement rates, and we're also monitoring potential cuts to benefits, as well as the implementation of required cost sharing under Medicaid for Medicaid beneficiaries. Louisiana is a Medicaid expansion state and will have to implement those policies under H.R. 1. ASCO and LOS, the Louisiana Oncology Society, have already started to have conversations and work together to address the policies and the impacts that they will have on patients with cancer. We're also anticipating an increase in the proliferation of non-ACA compliant health insurance plans as people move out of the marketplace due to the end of the enhanced premium tax credits. ASCO opposes these so-called junk plans because they often fail to provide comprehensive coverage for people with cancer. In Louisiana, so far, we are currently tracking 13 bills on a variety of issues, including prior authorization, PBM reform, and we're also monitoring implementation of H.R. 1. I also want to give a shout out to Dr. Sheen and Dr. Donald for all of your advocacy in Louisiana. We love to see members getting engaged in state advocacy and how important it is. To kind of delve a little bit deeper into our main focus for this year in defendant access to care, our top priority is preserving the coverage gains made through Medicaid expansion and defending eligibility as states implement the administrative barriers, especially through work requirements. These requirements often fail to account for the realities of illness or caregiving and historically lead to a significant portion of eligible patients and caregivers losing coverage, not because they don't qualify, but because of the administrative and paperwork burdens. As you all know, for cancer patients, a lapse in Medicaid coverage is a matter of life or death, potentially interrupting chemotherapy, radiation, or critical follow-up care. Our priority is to actively oppose these administrative barriers and prevent any policy rollback, ensuring Medicaid remains a reliable lifeline to cancer patients. We have already weighed in on a number of restrictive Medicaid bills, Section 1115 waivers, and state plan amendments throughout the country. And these are all states attempting to get ahead of the federal deadline and implement these policies before the federally mandated start date of Jan 1, 2027. Secondly, we are concerned about severe Medicaid provider rate cuts, as I mentioned earlier. When state reimbursement rates drop too low, specialized cancer centers, infusion clinics, and rural hospitals may be forced to either limit the number of Medicaid patients they accept or risk closure. I'll highlight that the reduced reimbursement rates not only save the state money, but they translate directly into longer wait times, increased travel distances, and ultimately decreased access for patients with cancer. And lastly, as I mentioned earlier, we anticipate a lot of action on protecting the core ACA consumer safeguards that have fundamentally changed care in the US. There has been an increasing trend of encouraging individuals to leave their marketplace plan and instead turn to these so-called junk plans. This includes short-term limited duration plans, Farm Bureau plans, and healthcare sharing ministries. And none of these plans have to comply with the ACA's essential health benefits. Given this, these plans often lack coverage for cancer screenings and discriminate on the basis of pre-existing conditions. We are concerned that these inadequate health plans can become a major barrier to receiving appropriate and timely cancer care, and we have already weighed in with concerns on a number of these bills throughout the country. So we are working with a number of coalition partners on these issues, and we're working together to ensure that patients are able to continue to have access to Medicaid and high-quality health care. ASCO also released a new position statement specifically addressing the new Medicaid policies established by H.R. 1 and how state policymakers and regulators can implement these policies to protect patient access to Medicaid as much as possible. So you can get involved in our advocacy priorities by visiting ASCO's ACT network. This is our online advocacy platform that includes a lot of really helpful information. It includes action alerts on ASCO's policy priority issues. Each alert includes a background on the issue, including ASCO's legislative ask or message, as well as pre-drafted letters you can send to your lawmakers, but you can also edit the letters to include your personal experiences with the issue or any stories with it. It also includes our federal and state bill trackers, which highlight the bills that ASCO is currently monitoring and actively engaged on. The state map is also really cool and my personal favorite feature because it highlights, because you can click on each state to see the state-specific bills we're tracking, and it updates in real time too. And then lastly, it also includes state fact sheets with useful cancer information for all 50 states plus DC. And some of the information it includes is the number of practices and oncologists in each state, the amount of NIH grant funding each state receives, as well as the uninsured rate, Medicaid beneficiaries, and more. You can scan the QR code on the slide to visit the ACT network. If you are an ASCO member, be sure to visit the Preference Center to make sure you are opted into receiving ACT network alerts so you don't miss timely opportunities to engage with your lawmakers. ASCO also established the ASCO Association PAC a few years ago, which helps engage and educate lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. In 2025, the PAC supported 62 congressional candidates, including 10 physicians in Congress. The ASCO PAC supported 4 new physician candidates running for Congress for the first time this election cycle. They include Dr. Amish Shah, a Democrat in Arizona, Dr. Matt Klein, a Democrat in Minnesota, Dr. Ralph Alvarado, a Republican in Kentucky, and Dr. Thomas Fisher, a Democrat in Illinois. The PAC is looking to double the support for new physician candidates for Congress to 6 this cycle, and we're at 4, so we're already more than halfway there, and the PAC is looking at other viable physician candidates to support this cycle. The PAC dispersed about $109,000 to support Cancer Care Champions just last year alone. And these disbursements enabled ASCO lobbyists and volunteer leaders to attend over 85 PAC events last year and have direct interactions with members of Congress and their staff over 100 times. You can learn more about the ASCO Association PAC by scanning the QR code on the screen. So those are all of my slides. I wanted to leave time to take any questions or comments from the audience. And my email is also there in case you have any questions after the session.
So I'll ask the question. So with the new policies for states who have Medicaid expansion, as Louisiana does, and the new requirements for HR 1, how are y'all seeing that impact more red states that may have had a governor that approved Medicaid expansion but now don't?
Yeah, that is a concern. We already have seen attempts in some states to repeal Medicaid expansion. Oklahoma has a resolution moving through that would repeal it in their constitution. Similarly, so does Missouri and I believe South Dakota and Idaho. So those are all things we are very concerned about, and we have been tracking those. I think luckily in some of those states there is other leadership in one of the chambers who is resistant and opposed to those efforts. And we've also been working with coalition partners. We are a member of the Modern Medicaid Alliance, which is specifically focused on Medicaid expansion and ensuring patients have access with all of the fun stuff in HR 1. And our team also meets pretty regularly with national staff from ACS-CAN and Blood Cancer United too. And they've been great resources.
What is the chance that they will halt the CMS cuts to physician repayments legislatively and hence keep providers or adequate providers available and accessible to patients?
Yeah, I think it really is a state-by-state approach. We have seen some states start to cut reimbursement rates for certain services, but have not yet seen oncology-specific cuts. And so that's something we are continuing to track and monitor, but we haven't seen any so far yet for oncology-specific.
I know for surgeons, but surgical oncologists, there's CMS cuts to protect
Yes.
in perpetuity every 3 years because the idea that as you get more experience, you can do surgeries faster and hence you don't need to be reimbursed properly, which is obviously not the case. And it just went into effect January 1st.
Yeah, our federal team does have Medicare physician payment as one of our priorities, and we do work with coalition partners on this issue. I don't believe there is any sort of comprehensive package moving through Congress. I think there's still very much initial conversations, unfortunately, and trying to educate lawmakers on the impact of the cuts. I think I saw another question, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I would have to check with our federal team who follow it a little bit more closely, but I think it would be very surprising if those subsidies do end up getting extended. I think some of the conversations have kind of fizzled out by now. There was some talk a few weeks ago about a potential package, but I don't think that was close to coming to fruition. Okay, well, thank you.
We're gonna have like a 5-minute break, stretch your legs, grab some water, and then we'll come back for a fireside chat with Representative Freeman.
We're going to go ahead and get started with our last session. Right. I'm going to wait for people to take their seats. All right, perfect. All right, well, we are very lucky to have Representative Amy Freeman. She's a Democratic member of the House of Representatives here in Louisiana, serving District 98 here in New Orleans. She was first elected in 2019, and she brings a strong background as a business strategist and community leader to her legislative work, with a particular focus on improving health outcomes across Louisiana. She serves on key committees, including Appropriations, Insurance, and the House Select Committee on Women and Children, where she continues to advance health-focused legislation and support initiatives that expand care options for cancer patients across the state. Representative Freeman is a leading voice in Louisiana for improving cancer care. Her personal experience inspired her to champion integrative policies and designed to give patients better access to supportive treatments that improve quality of life during and after cancer therapy. Her advocacy has been highlighted nationally for its bipartisan, patient-centered approach. So thank you so much for joining us today.
So we're just sharing the microphone here? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you all for having me. I don't know how many people live in New Orleans, but I represent Sewage and Water Board, Jefferson Parish Line, River, Napoleon, Uptown, South of Napoleon, Claiborne, a little bit of Broadmoor. So it's mostly Claiborne is the main line, but a little bit of Broadmoor and a little bit of Fontainebleau, kind of not St. Rita's Church, but right before you get to St. Rita's Church. So in case you live in New Orleans and want to know the district I represent, and we are in session. We are in the second week of session right now. So I'm pleased to be here and just sort of talk about advocacy. Dr. Sheen actually is my doctor. She got assigned to me in the portal when I was diagnosed with breast cancer in June 19th of 2024, and just had my final surgery in October. But I was, I don't know, sometimes you don't know if you say lucky enough or cursed enough when it comes to being a cancer survivor. But I was a little bit of both, right? That I was diagnosed with triple positive breast cancer, and I'd had a normal mammogram 7 months before, and I felt something here, and reported it to my OBGYN, and she said, I think you need to come in. And so I did have to have, 17 infusions, 20 radiations, 3 surgeries, 6 of those infusions had chemo. But I did find, and I had sponsored some cancer bills before being a cancer patient myself. So I was like, okay, great. I actually have to go through this to pass more legislation, but it did help me get a better sense of all the things, right? Because there's just so many layers of things that patients need. And the integrative care at Ochsner, and I am a patient at Ochsner, but I'm also a patient at St. Charles Breast Center and at Toro LCMC. So I'm in 3 different hospital systems just because I was really picky. But I got assigned by chance to Dr. Sheen, and she has been so fabulous to me in that integrative approach that they have at Ochsner, which the other hospital, LCMC, is jealous about, because you talk to the doctors over there and they want that. And so the bill that we passed into law last year was an integrative approach for cold cap therapy, cryotherapy, and 15 acupunctures for cancer patients. And I kept reading in the national news that New York was the first state to cover cold cap therapy, and it was really frustrating to me because we don't have a staff of people. I have my adorable legislative assistant, Isabel, who recent Tulane grad, and that's my only. She does everything with me. So we didn't get the press around it, and I was really proud of Louisiana for being New York was not first. New York and Louisiana, or shall we say Louisiana and New York, were first in getting that coverage. And it doesn't cover everybody in every situation, and I now have learned as a patient and doing more advocacy along with Dr. Sheen, the importance of getting some of these things done at the federal level. So I plan to stay involved in the advocacy lane and in the bill filing lane as a legislator.
Well, our patients are very lucky to have you and have your advocacy. I know we passed this supportive care bill last year. What would you say has been your biggest accomplishment for healthcare at the state level?
Well, I don't know. I've done several different, I've worked with the Department of Health with Dr. Avegno on different bills as well. And I come from a medical family. My dad's a retired physician. My grandfather was a physician. I have a lot of nurses, a dentist in my family, but I'm in the business strategist lane. So I don't know that there's one bill that strikes me. I will say the pink tax was a big deal, even though that's not direct. It is indirectly healthcare because we were able to exempt the menstrual products and diapers, and for many families in Louisiana, that's a huge piece of their budget to be able to not have to pay taxes on things that they need anyway. So that one was particularly meaningful to me because people who are buying menstrual products and diapers aren't like, oh, Amy Freeman took away this tax, but it just makes me happy that it's gone for the people who are, especially those, as the United Way says, who are, our people who are literally living paycheck to paycheck. Every little piece of that sales tax can make a difference in what's happening in their house. And, I did work on the blood cancer one with Dr. Matrana a couple years ago. That was pretty amazing. When we get into the Capitol, the first term I was up there, we had John Bell as the governor, so we had a lot more understanding of science, and now we're in a different era up there where yesterday I had a bill on expedited partner therapy that I'm working on with the Department of Health, Dr. Avegno, and an Ochsner doctor actually came up and testified with me, and I didn't know if the bill was going to make it out of committee because I just don't know when they're going to get upset about something that they don't understand. Because in my opinion, some of my colleagues just don't understand science. Maybe that's why they're scared of it. But the bill came out of committee without any objection. We'll see what happens when it gets to the House floor. But for me, I just know that we have bad health. One of the reasons I even ran for office is because I wanted to bring us up in the rankings on education and healthcare. So anytime someone comes to me with a topic, I'm open to learning about it because I'm not a healthcare expert. And there are things that happen, and patients sometimes come to me and ask me for things, so.
Well, speaking of advancing bills, what are some of the barriers that you've faced in advancing bills through committee and onto the floor?
Misunderstandings, but sometimes in that building, and this is my 7th year up there, I have learned that less is more. I don't mind talking about things. I love analytics. I like looking at data. I represent a district with 2 universities in it, lots of doctors, lots of CEOs, like people who really are like into the brain discussions. And I love that. But up there, that doesn't have to be too much is opening you up to questions you don't want. So it's been a challenge for me to realize that when I'm sitting at the table sometimes, like yesterday, I didn't say much about the bill, except that it was an expanding expedited partner therapy, and then I let the doctor sitting to my right explain it a little bit more, and we moved the bill, right? If I would go on about the details of how that's gonna help patients and how many it's gonna help, and things that I actually think about, and that you all think about in your fields, the bill probably would have had questions that didn't make any sense. And I do try to have conversations with people on the committee ahead of time, which there is still the relationship-based piece of being in the Louisiana legislature. So I even went to one of the guys from Monroe who I was like, oh my gosh, he's running for Congress right now, so he was not interested in my bill at all. I went to him, I was like, Mike, have you looked at my bill? Do you have any questions? And he was busy doing something on his phone. So he's like, no, I'm fine. Because he would have been one of the ones. And then the other guy that would have really questioned me from Bossier wasn't in the room. But then I had Mandy Landry, who's also a Democrat from New Orleans, and she's on that committee now. So she was sitting in the anteroom, and I went and I was like, you're coming out, right? And if I need you, she's like, yeah. And then I made sure the Democrats on the committee were ready, somebody to move it forward. And I had one of the guys, Stephen Jackson from the Shreveport area, he's like, if I roll my pen like this, that means we're moving. Like, just, wrap it up. So he knew that he was going to favorably move it, and no one was going to ask any more questions, so.
What kind of issues do you usually face, like, on the floor for stuff like this? Or I guess, can you describe how a bill goes from committee where you're talking about it to the floor?
So once it gets out of committee, then it has to lie over, and there's all sorts of rules. We have a great clerk and a great assistant clerk who explains the rules to us and runs the meetings. But once it gets scheduled for final passage, we can debate it, but we can also defer it, temporarily return it to the calendar. So for example, I'll just use the pink tax as an example. That was in I had two versions of that, 2020 and 2021. I needed to have 53 votes to move it. So, I mean, my challenge is a math problem, right? I have to have 53 or 70, because if it's involving certain things require 2/3 and certain things just require a simple majority. So I didn't run the bill for a while, because I was trying to make sure I had the votes, and I was trying to make sure, because we only have 32 Democrats, so I have to have Republican votes to pass the bill. Like, it's literally impossible for me to pass one without Republican votes. So that particular bill was a long journey, because I was trying very hard to get it passed, and then I needed to know I had the numbers, and eventually we got the speaker's support, but it was a lot of negotiations to get to that point. And the 2021 version was the statewide tax exemption. The 2020 version was just to allow local municipalities to remove the tax if they chose to. It was tough. I mean, even when after it left the House floor with the votes it needed, it went to the Senate committee, ended up on the Senate floor. I had a Republican carrying it for me on the Senate floor, on the Senate side, and when it came back to conference, they tried to kill it. So I had a guy who stood up and tried to, there's rules and there's ways to stop things. And so, very quickly the speaker returned it to the calendar, and then negotiations continued, and I was able to, but they tried to kill it right before it was the last step. So you just have to kind of watch your bill the entire way, because you don't know, and every step of the way is a new negotiation. So for me, because I have a strategy kind of brain, I kind of like that piece. Like, okay, I got to do it. Because I remember when the bill came back over, one of the guys who's now chairman of one of the money committees, he's in his third term, came up to my desk and he said, we were told that if we voted for this bill, it wouldn't come back over here. I said, okay, Jack, but I made a whole new set of deals on the other side. Like, I mean, I don't know why you thought like I was gonna quit, like just because y'all voted it off the House floor. That was not the end for me. Maybe it was the end for him, right? So that part of it, each bill is its own journey, each negotiation one step at a time.
Find it very fascinating. How has legislating health policy changed since you were first elected, so really over the last 7 years?
Well, I would say the main thing is we had a governor who believed in science, and now we have a governor who doesn't believe in science. I mean, some of the horrific bills that are filed right now, I was just telling Dr. Sheen that Beryl Amity from the Homa area has a bill that it hasn't been presented yet, and I'm not sure if it's assigned to health and welfare or insurance, but it's not on my calendar for insurance for next week. But it has something to do with chemotherapy for children and rejecting it unless it's an emergency situation. Well, I can't even think of when it wouldn't be an emergency situation if one of my children, who are now all adults, or one of your children had cancer. Like, that just seems like an emergency situation overall. So I don't know what the bill actually does, but it's trying to, she's all into the parental rights piece. And, that's the kind of bills that were getting filed. I mean, they're trying to take vaccines out of the schools. I mean, we had in the first term when I was up there was a senator from Alabama, retired senator, state senator, who drove to Baton Rouge to come and explain why he started to do this whole thing in Alabama years ago. He was retired, and why it was so important to have vaccine clinics at schools. And I was sitting on House Education during my first term, and I met him, and we talked in the hallway, and he even testified. Like, he believed so much in making sure kids got their vaccines that he took his time to come to Louisiana and say, what is wrong with this bill? Well, those bills are getting through now. Like, the bills that we were able to stop under John Bell's administration are moving, and that scares me for future health outcomes.
Is there anything that we, as constituents of a variety of different districts, and maybe even a variety of different states, can do to help out, to make sure that science stays relevant and accurate information and accurate science information stays relevant?
I mean, for me, I think it's making sure you talk to your representatives and know them. Obviously, representing in a state in this state, I think my constituency base is like 42,000 people, but people are really active in the district I represent. There are other districts, the rural areas, no one calls them. No one even calls them. And it just sort of, like, well, no wonder we are where we are. People aren't even getting phone calls about these things. And now, and there are some rural legislators who very much believe in science and will stand up and help. And, so it's not like every Republican, I wouldn't want anybody to walk out of here and think that all the Republicans are anti-vaxxers. They're not. I mean, one of the other women from the Houma area who's new this term, because we have term limits in Louisiana, so I'm in my second term, but we're allowed to run for 3 consecutive terms and a maximum of 12 years service in one side. So sometimes people run for the Senate after they do the House or vice versa. But one of the women who actually is a therapist in the Houma area, I mean, there was a bill in 2024 when we just got there, and it was wildly misunderstood and something to do with mental health. And it was one of the reps from Bossier it was wrong on so many levels. And Jessica Domingue went down there, she was challenging her own party, and she was like, I know I'm a first termer, but then of course they, sort of labeled her as not being a Republican because she wasn't with them on this thing that was horrible. It was her career path. And in Louisiana, we are part-time legislators. Does anybody know how much money legislators make in Louisiana? Do you know the number? 16,800. Don't forget the 800. Yeah, well, the per diem used to be taxed until this term. We can choose not to get our per diem taxed.
Truly public service.
Well, but that also limits who comes into our legislature. I mean, the maximum I can pay my legislative assistant is $30,000, which is why I hire young people, and Isabel's number 5 of a group that I've helped mentor and get to their next job. I'm like, okay, work for me for a session or 2, and we'll, get you to a career launching spot. And because I've been an adjunct professor at Tulane for a long time, so I actually like teaching and mentoring. So for me, that works. But a lot of the legislators we have are very wealthy, retired sheriffs, retired teachers, retired firemen, people who have a pension that they're having other things, or people like me who are self-employed. And so it limits who shows up there. And the Republicans, like if anybody lives in the Harahan River Ridge area, John Ilg is one of my Republican colleagues who is actually filing a bill this year to try to raise our pay. I mean, when we go to meetings around town and get invited to do things, like even if we're not in session, we don't even get a per diem. So, it's a juggle. And so I know that's one of the reasons we get held back in Louisiana is because we don't have a body of people who is really a diverse body of people.
So my thought was to keep about 10 minutes here for questions. So I'm going to just kind of open this up to the floor for any questions for Rep. Freeman.
Should we just send a microphone?
I'll ask a question. Jim DeLotte. I work for one of the biopharmaceutical companies, AstraZeneca. And if you'll kind of enlighten the group on how many constituents do you stop what you're doing if people start calling your office? How many constituents generally need to call your office to get you to think about something? Whether it's something that you agree with or something you don't agree with, saying, hey, this must really be an issue.
Well, for the district I represent, because people are so engaged, I don't need 1,000 emails to tell me something, right? If I get 6 or 10 emails and generally they're people that I know already, and not that I don't read the ones of the people I don't know, but to me, it's not the number count, it's who's calling me, why are they calling me, what's their expertise in the area, I think for me, but I can tell you when we weren't giving the teachers the pay raise, they sent a bunch of things to us, documents, and they didn't care. I mean, everybody on that floor got thousands of emails. This was in 2023. It was John Bell's last year. So everybody runs their office differently, just like one hospital runs different than another hospital, or one restaurant that's a seafood restaurant has a different way of doing business than the other one down the block. So I run my office in a way where I'm engaged with my constituents, so it's not about the number, it's about who's calling me, or sometimes I call them. Like when I worked on menopause, perimenopause coverage bill with Dr. LePere, who is my OBGYN, and she's an Ochsner doc. I mean, it came out of a conversation that she and I had, and I've known her since college. We went to undergraduate together, and so, you know, like, she's an expert. So she put a call together for me with all these other OBGYNs about this. And when it came to the misoprostine, now we've rescheduled those in Louisiana. You know, I had plenty of OBGYNs calling me and saying, oh my gosh, what can we do? And they weren't just from this district. So I'm very open to talking to people from other parts of the state, especially when they have an expertise to share. Yes.
When we talk about healthcare disparities, I think you would be someone who could really shed light on the education of Louisiana, since you served on that committee as well. And as long as our education system dramatically underpays educators, it's hard to provide the necessary background for people to acquire good health care. And when you speak of rural communities that don't reach out to the legislative representatives, again, those are people who are struggling to make ends meet.
Correct.
They're working 12, 15-hour days, and they probably don't even feel worthy of calling a legislative representative if they have the adequate education to do that. How do I get in touch with that person, and how do I verbalize what it is that I need to say to represent my family, my community, when we have an academic system or an education system that pays qualified, highly educated teachers $50,000 a year?
I know.
When they can go into industry and other areas and double and triple their money. So I think a lot of the ills we see in this state can be directly brought back to our education system that we provide children, and not be a babysitting service. I don't think that we have to have programs that do not provide education, that are simply bring the kid, feed them, take care of them. That's needed, but that is a child care service. What we need is education with qualified instructors or educators who are encouraged to teach at a higher level and to participate in the lives of these kids in the classroom because they're being adequately paid.
I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, there's,
So what do we do?
talk to your teacher unions friends. See if, I mean, they work on it all the time. Elect a governor who understands this. Unfortunately, this one is trying to, you know, we're allegedly paying off a retirement debt to force the locals to do it.
Both representatives of both parties in the office.
Yes.
Over years and years.
Yes. And none of them focus on it enough.
What we need to in paying our teachers when our states that border us do a much better
I fully agree with you. And I'm on the losing side of this discussion right now. And so I'm in the minority.
Go back.
I try. I just need more people who are elected from other areas of the state to push it. And right now, the current governor is, you know, he has his ways of dealing with people in his party, and he punishes them. So, I mean, all the governors punish people, but, you know, but point being, like, you're absolutely right. I fully agree with you. I just don't have enough votes to do what you're saying, and so that means a shift change of who's in that legislature. Again, it probably has something to do with people who are, you know, being compensated for actually thinking through things rather than just doing something because the governor told them to. That's Senator Fessy's bill, yeah. I know the bill. I wish I knew the answer to that because it frustrates me probably equally or more because I have to hear it. I have to hear these debates on the floor sometimes where I'm like, where did this piece of information actually come from? Like, some ethos out in the dark web somewhere. And that is Senator Feste's bill that he had that last year also where he was trying to get rid of the fluoride in the water. And of course, I've talked to lots of dentists. My uncle in Thibodaux was a retired dentist. My grandfather, who passed away a long time ago, but he was a dentist in Thibodaux as well. And so, like, I have a lot, and my godmother, who's my aunt, is a retired dental hygienist. So, like, I literally know a lot about this just from the family I grew up in. But they are so misinformed. And that particular gentleman, I mean, I know the doctor who saved his life when he had a healthcare scare, because he happens to be from the Thibodaux area and I have a lot of family there. So, they're just misinformed, and it's like they just latch onto something. I mean, chemtrails are illegal in this state. Who even knows what a chemtrail is? I mean, every time I've traveled outside of the state now, I look up and go, oh, that's illegal in Louisiana. I mean, we illegalized that. Like, it makes no sense. So we spend a lot of time on things that don't make sense to me. I wish I had an answer for you. I'm not answering your question. I think we just have to all keep showing up and trying to educate people. And, I do know that the public health office, Dr. Vegna's office, was in the Capitol yesterday for me, but also to monitor that bill. So I don't know if it made it out of committee. I'm assuming it did. I didn't check it. My guess, it got out of committee last year. I don't know why it would have stopped it this year, but unless the Senate president stopped it. I mean. And that they weren't, they did not have consent to put this in the water? Right, these are the same people who are taking drugs away that help people who have miscarriages, right? So, I mean, I don't understand it. I don't come from that kind of thinking, and it sounds like you don't either, and everybody in this room doesn't. So, I think we have to keep showing up at whatever level we can, and we have to, find out what dentists live in his neighborhood and have them ring the doorbell and be like, let me explain this to you. I'm your dentist neighbor who lives down the block,
Well, it'll be really interesting to see healthcare in New Orleans in 10 or 15, 20 years if they don't change the water lines, which, what is it, 3 billion?
Yeah.
To change the water lines.
The lead.
So what do you think is in those lines now? We worry about fluoride?
I know.
So that's where.
We should be worrying about the lead. Yeah, agreed.
That's where we get in the weeds about something that's like fluoride in water, and then we have one of our, in my opinion, major city, who's looking at water lines that needs to be changed and have needed it for quite some time, and finally somebody's stepping up, putting a price tag on it.
Yeah.
And I don't see how the city will be able to do it without federal and state funding, and so that's a major thing. So fluoride in the water lines of New Orleans might help clean the pipes. I mean,
It might, I know. I see somebody else had a question.
I actually just wanted to follow up on that. So, if you take that public health perspective or the education of it, would you say that's the best way to get that group to directly reach out to her?
I mean, show up and testify if you can, or join an association who has somebody at the table to testify. Like every dentist can't be in the Capitol, but they have Louisiana Dental Association has somebody present, even if it's just their lobbyists that they hire. The Orthopedic Society has, somebody there. The cancer advocacy groups have somebody there. Like, because we don't know. I can't always tell you what's going to happen. Like yesterday with my bill, that's the one House committee where we have a Democratic chairman. He's a nurse practitioner, and Dustin Miller, and he is from a rural area, and so I went up to because when we run meetings on top of meetings. Anybody who's been on the Capitol knows this. Like this morning, I had joint budget and retirement at the same time, which makes no sense. But a staff member had to come get me, so we had a quorum for a vote on the other side of the hallway. So we do that all the time. And so I go to Dustin and ask him when he's going to schedule me because I'm in retirement, sitting in a committee meeting, but I also have a bill to present. And he said, "Did you work the committee?" And I said, "Well, yeah, but I never know what Mike and Raymond are going to do." And he's like, I whispered to him because he's on, he's in the chair. He's like, "I don't either." Like, he doesn't know either. They're on his committee, and he's the chair of the committee. It ended up being fine, but I don't always have a prediction, and a lot of them don't listen. A lot of them don't listen. They're in this, like, no, it's not even a silo. It's like, you know, okay, you know, John voted this way, and John carries 11 people who do whatever he does. Beryl did this. She's got 8 people who do whatever she does. You know, like, so there's like little clubs of voters in there. I mean, it's a high school class, essentially. It's 105 people.
That's playing a very high stake, Justin.
It's terrible. It really frustrates me because I take it very seriously, and sometimes they do. I mean, I don't know why we're always passing license plate bills, but we are. And I would way rather not spend. I bet most of the citizens of the state don't care about the license plate bills that much, but we spend time debating them. Or my assistant Isabel was reminding me the day she came up when she was still a student at Tulane, and we debated for an hour on the official nut for the state. I don't even remember that. I think I just sat at my desk and tried to do other work because that was just probably so aggravating to me. Yes, we do, evidently. It's a pecan. But, but we didn't have a state nut until, what, 20? Yeah, but now we do. I mean, I would rather spend more time debating funding for things that need teachers, funding for vaccine clinics, all the things that matter. Well, I think we're going to, oh, Dr. Persian. Yeah.
You know, I think the question is, and we brought up education, which I think is obviously central to wellness. But I think the other part of that is there has been general mistrust for the medical system for a long time. Okay, and that was only made worse by trials that were done to people that were, you know, at risk. And, you know, so I think some of the reason people are grabbing onto these things is because they don't trust the medical system. They don't trust data. They don't trust facts at times. And so I think this, you know, I mean, anybody that lived during a time there was smallpox, which is pretty much nobody now. Anybody that lived, my mom was affected by polio to the point that she was in a cast for 12 years of her, you know, from 6 to 18 years of age, doesn't understand the value of these. And that's why anybody that has experience and you know, we talk about federal legislation, and I appreciate Nick being here today because I think that really speaks to what we think we're going to make a big difference by going federally. So many things happen at a state level, and I think really getting involved at a state level, and we don't think we can do that. And it's as simple as reaching out, calling. I go to church with one of my representatives. When there's a problem, I'm like, hey, can I catch you for a second? Be active, and I think that's key. And I'm so excited to have people willing to talk to people because I think at the end of the day, cancer advocacy is rarely ever a partisan issue.
That's true.
People are open to the discussions. Nobody wants to go public on not supporting cancer patients, so I think it's a really easy place to start. That and pediatrics, unlike something we heard earlier, it was like, what? We're going to cut one anyway. So thank you for your insight, and please reach out.
Yeah, and thank you all for everything you all do in the day-to-day treatments and because we need the whole group together. And I will say that I have learned a lot about what happens and what doesn't happen just from being on the inside of how the sausage is made on a bill in the Louisiana legislature. But it is essential to have those relationships with your representatives, for sure. Thank you.
I think we all are deeply aware of how unorganized government can be. And we don't always have to have the same political views. We should not.
Right.
Because we need to have that conversation. But at the same time, we show due respect.
Yeah.
And we do.
Well, the governor even had a signing for me for the integrative care bill. His office called and asked me if I wanted to have a signing, which I didn't expect that. I mean, that was just, you know, one of his staff members said he'd like to do a signing. And I actually walked the floor and said, anybody who's a cancer survivor want to come upstairs? The governor's doing a signing, you know. So some of people came upstairs with me. Yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for joining today, and I'm just going to leave y'all with one little thing that they always say at ASCO Advocacy, but it applies to the state level as well. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So remember, always be at the table.